So good day, everyone. It's with really great pleasure that we welcome you both in person and online to the 2025 Global Centre on Biodiversity for Climate Research Symposium. And we'd like to thank you all for joining us today here at the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and for what we hope will be an engaging and thought-provoking series of talks and panel discussions. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Warham, and I lead the team here at the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, supporting the delivery of the GCBC programme. And before I welcome our chair to the podium to begin this first session, I'd like to provide a couple of notices for both those in person and those online attending today. For those in person, obviously there's the usual health and safety aspects. In the event of an emergency, an alarm will sound. Please remain calm and leave your belongings behind you and follow the directions of the Kew staff to the nearest exit, and we'll assemble outside by the on the grass just past the pond outside the front of the Jodrell laboratory. And there are no fire drills scheduled today, so any alarm will be treated as genuine. And it's my pleasure to, in terms of those joining online, thank you for being with us virtually from around the world, wherever you are, and watching the symposium, both on the GCBC online platform, but also on the very special YouTube channel, which has been set up for today. It's now my pleasure to welcome to the podium our chair for this first session, Professor Monique Simmons, the Deputy Director of Science for here at the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and real big welcome to those online and here in the Jodrell Lecture Theatre. It's been an interesting journey over the last few years, setting up the centre, etc. And I think we've been on a learning curve. One of the features that really distinguishes the GCBC from many others is the fact of the innovation aspect associated with research, and this kind of interacting between climate change, biodiversity, and livelihoods, real challenges that are so important for this age. And it's been great to see those, applications being made, and then the development of those to results, etc. And hopefully, with the outputs of the projects, which many of you are involved in, they will be in a position to feed into policies, which is a key aim of this particular programme. So to start off with, we're going to have a series of presentations, really representing the institutes that have been involved, from Kew to DEFRA, and then DAI. And so I'd like to start off with Alex Antonelli. Professor Alex Antonelli, he is the Director of Science here at the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew. And he has a distinguished career in different aspects of biodiversity, not just biodiversity of plants and fungi, but also of animals, and has a distinguished academic record with many publications, with a real challenge that he wants to address, which is the saving of biodiversity, but also the use and the links it has to livelihoods. A very fitting kind of overview for GCBC. He is currently in Gothenburg in Sweden, where he holds a professorship in systematics and biodiversity. And I'm hoping you are now online. As you are, Alex, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monique. And hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. depending on where you are. It's really a great pleasure that we at the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew are hosting the third annual Global Center on Biodiversity for Climate Symposium this year. And we're delighted to welcome so many of you that have joined us today, both in person and online from around the world. So the Global Center on Biodiversity for Climate, or GCBC, really aims to support developing countries to shape decision-making and develop policies that better value, protect, restore, and sustainably manage biodiversity in ways that tackle climate change and poverty. So we at Kew believe that there could not be a more timely or societally relevant nexus to focus on through the combination of science, nature, and practical knowledge. And that's to support countries to achieve a nature-positive future by not only halting, but also reversing biodiversity loss whilst contributing to poverty alleviation. So on behalf of Kew, Professor Monique Simmons, who we've just listened to, has worked very closely with DEFRA for 3.5 years or so, developing the science vision for the GCBC. And we've helped to ensure that as the program became established, it remains true to the original concept, which is this very nexus that brings together nature, climate, and people. So in the last couple of years, the GCBC team established at Kew as the strategic science lead has worked closely with DEFRA, developing the research strategy, which was launched in February last year. And the strategy sets out and shapes the science direction of the program with 10 deliverable principles and 6 strategic science priorities. The Kew GCBC team has also helped to ensure the importance of science that is funded through the GCBC research grant competitions. By working in close partnership with DAI Global, the fund management lead, in the design and implementation of a 2-stage application process for the award of grants in the annual grant competitions. And this has included guidance to applicants on the 10 delivery principles and delivering research for impact through the early market engagement webinars. I hope many of you had the chance to participate in those. This strong partnership has had to deliver at speed. As Monique was mentioning, it's been a learning curve for many of us, and many different activities in parallel, including but not limited to program design, delivery of grant competitions, now into the 3rd grant competition within 2 years, and also stakeholder engagement. And that's through communications, learning events, regional networks, as well as continuous monitoring, evaluation, and learning to really improve and refine the program as it becomes established. The themes of the most recent grant competition were launched at the Kew GCBC team in Riyadh at COP16 in Saudi Arabia last December, through 2 events hosted in partnership with the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, CGR, and their partners as well. And the Kew team has established the Strategic Science Network through partnerships with the Center for Agriculture and Biosciences International Archives, or CABI, CIFAS, which is the Center for Environment, Fisheries, and Agricultural Science, CH, the Institute of Development Studies, IDS, the Joint Nature Conservation Committee, the Natural History Museum, the Overseas Development Institute, Rothamsted Research, the World Researchers Institute, University of Greenwich, and I hope I haven't forgot anyone, but many of you are represented here today and who have also provided their long-term expertise to help with the assessment of applications to the grant competitions. And this approach across many disciplines, as you've noticed, and with non-academic stakeholders as well, has been guided by the principle that scientific rigor has to meet societal relevance. And I hope you all agree with me that it has been the case. And the collaboration is helping also to strengthen the links, not just between the North and the South, but also within partners in the Global South. So I'm absolutely delighted to see that there are now over 21 countries who are eligible to the Official Development Assistance, or ODA. They have been involved in 42 GCBC funded projects with 126 partners to date. I think it's absolutely amazing to see this outcome. And the urgency of the challenge that the GCBC addresses cannot be underestimated. we see the pressure building and the urgency of concerted action as we reach the midpoint of what's been declared by the United Nations as the critical decade for changing the trajectory of biodiversity loss. And beyond the impacts of knowledge gaps and inaccuracies on efforts to answer fundamental scientific questions, there are, of course, very serious implications for biodiversity conservation, given that several targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, such as those related to protecting and restoring nature, have to rely on robust biodiversity data, which is really a cornerstone of what we do at GCBC. And this is the key motivation for Kew's triennial State of the World's Plants and Fungi, which some of you may have come across in the past. And that's a publication and symposium, also in partnership with Monique and my colleagues at Kew, which provide assessments of the current state of knowledge on the diversity of plants and fungi, the global threats they face, and the policies to safeguard them. The most recent edition we published tells us that 3 in 4, so about 75% of all plant species yet to be described are likely to be at risk of extinction. And there are similar extinction risks for different species of fauna, and we know very little about the extinction risk of fungi. So just as our early ancestors needed to know what lived where for their own survival, so flora, fauna, and fungi need to know they need us to know where they live and survive, so that can enable us to safeguard their continued existence for generations to come. And I don't have to tell you in this audience that the challenges we face are extremely complex and multifaceted. But I do want to highlight that the proposed interventions that we can come up with as scientists can often be contested or understood differently by different groups. And for this reason, we need to invest time and resources to develop and nurture research partnerships that are equitable, collaborative, and pluralistic, bringing together members of relevant communities and of place, knowledge, and practice. It is about co-producing knowledge among all collaborators in ways that enable stakeholders to co-shape the research and also to value the knowledge of indigenous peoples and local communities, so we can develop socially robust and effective solutions. And innovative policies and practices, which is really the topic of this opening session, they need to consider the interconnectedness of climate, biodiversity, and livelihoods, so the nexus of GCBC, but also the policy in other areas such as food, health, energy, water, land use, and oceans. And achieving much closer collaboration and coordination with these wider areas is also a major challenge, I think, for policymakers, which not only requires the right evidence, guidance, and toolkits to help with informed decision, but also taking a systems approach. And the UK government defines innovation as the creation and application of new knowledge to improve the world. And in research, innovation is the process of developing and testing new ideas, methods, or technologies, or improving existing ones in ways that advance knowledge, solve problems, or create value for specific groups. So GCBC funded projects are combining these two things, a systems approach and innovation, including emerging technologies, business models, policy practices, approaches, and partnerships. And I believe it's fair to say that although progress towards achieving global and regional goals for climate and nature may feel a bit slow sometimes, it is being made. So just last week, for instance, the COP16 biodiversity negotiations officially concluded in the second resumed session in Rome, with countries agreeing on a strategy to increase finance for biodiversity to $200 billion every year by 2030. And countries also adopted a monitoring framework to track countries' progress toward the Global Biodiversity Framework targets, including the goals to protect 30% of the world's land and water and restore 30% of degraded ecosystems by 2030. COP30 later this year in my own home country, Brazil, will represent a symbolic milestone, marking 10 years since the Paris Agreement and 5 years to 2030. So the Brazilian government are very keen to focus on the intrinsic connection between nature and climate and to scale up action on the bioeconomy. And South Africa is now following on that lead. And within this context of major threats to humanity, to ourselves, our children and grandchildren, and the natural world on the one hand, and then the sense of opportunity and potential, which I really believe exists for positive impact on the other hand, the GBC is very well placed to make a tangible and distinctive contribution. I look forward to hearing from Gideon Henderson, Chief Scientific Advisor at DEFRA, about the achievements from the GCBC funded projects to date, and also learning from Gate about the EA's related work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alex, for your contribution and really showing, I think, the relevance of GCBC. So thank you. And so now we move on, and I'd like to welcome to the podium Professor Gideon Henderson. Gideon is the Chief Scientific Advisor at the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, known as DEFRA. That was back in October 2019, I believe, around that date. And it's this role, he is responsible for overseeing the quality of evidence that the department relies on for policy decisions. Now, Gideon has played a really important role in championing GCBC, and we really are appreciative of your stewardship and overall input into where we are today. I think without you, I don't think we would have got so far. So thank you. Gideon, over to you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Monique. And I think there's a slight error on here, just to repeat that I am the Chief Scientific Advisor. I'm not trying to represent Monique in the title that's up on the screen at the moment. So thank you all for joining today. I appreciate that those in the room have sometimes travelled quite far and spent a long time getting here, and those online might be in time zones scattered around the 20 hours of the day, and very much appreciate you taking the time to join us and to share some of the learnings and findings that you have got through your engagement with the GCBC programme and beyond. And thank you also to the organisers and all of those who make the programme operate. Now, I wanted to start off by saying a little bit about the overall remit of the Global Centre on Biodiversity for Climate as a programme, and a little bit about the history of that programme, to frame the discussions that are going to take place in the next day. I'll start off by describing the early history. It was initiated as a programme in 2022, and it is funded by ODA funded, so Official Development Assistance Funding. It's funded specifically as part of the International Climate Finance Commitment of the UK government. And that's a commitment of 11.6 billion over the 5 years, that 11.6 billion pounds over the 5 years that end in 2025-26. And GCBC forms a part of that, and therefore is fundamentally a climate programme, but it's specific in that area by trying very explicitly to harness the benefits that we get from biodiversity to look after climate and the world's poorest as they tackle and address climate change for the future. That's the nature of the funding. It's an R&D programme. That's important, as Monique has said at the beginning, to stress here, research and development programme. And as such, it seeks to deliver locally relevant research to inform actions that work best in country in the particular place, and therefore to develop new approaches that can be used to tackle both mitigation of climate and particularly adaptation, and enabling people in a very local sense to be better adapted for the changing climate that we know is coming. It's very important. Perhaps I would say this. I'm a scientist by background and a researcher by instinct, so I would say this, wouldn't I? But I think that it's true that research and development is a very powerful approach to realise objectives of development and to help the world's poor and to further livelihoods. It can't be done alone. It needs to be done coupled to action, and one of the goals of GCBC is very much to use the research that comes out of this programme to work out what policy interventions and what actions might be taken to improve livelihoods and improve climate resilience. But it's a very powerful tool to make lasting change in the way that we tackle the challenges of the future. It's also true to say that very often research and development projects, such as those that you represent in this programme, play an important role in capacity building and building scientific and other strengths in countries that give a resilience of their own, quite apart from the resilience that they foster towards climate change. DEFRA, the department that I represent and others in this room represent, is one of 5 UK government departments that delivers R&D ODA spending, along with our Foreign Department, FCDO, our Health Department, DHSC, our Energy and Climate Department, DESNES, and our Science Department, DCIT. And these 5 departments together coordinate our activity on R&D within our ODA portfolio. It's also really important to recognise, and I think you see this from those in the room, and certainly from the conversations that I had over the rather nice muffin and coffee beforehand, that this is explicitly an international programme which is forging links between different players in the global north and in the global south, with many, if not all, of the projects either led from the south or involving strong north-south connectivity, and with representation very strong from the Global South on our expert steering committee that guides some of our thinking here. Now, the programme, as it initiated in 2022, had to ramp up projects very quickly, and in phase 1 of GCBC, projects that are ready to go were funded in that first year. 11 projects in phase 1 have now completed, and we've done some evaluation of those projects, so we know that during their operation, 128 research partnerships were forged through those projects. Partnerships with public bodies, with private bodies, and with the third sector. And those were in the Global South and spread across multiple countries, but often with strong linkages to the North as well. I'm pleased to see that, to say that at least 2 of those initial projects have now secured additional funding and continue outside GCBC to further the work they started inside the programme. The first dedicated call within GCBC led to new projects that started last year in 2024, 13 projects in all from that first competition, delivering £9 million of funding to 16 countries. And 2024 was a busy year altogether, because not only did we launch Competition 1 projects, but it was also the launch of Competition 2, where the call was made. And subsequent to that, we now have 18 new Competition 2 projects, spending a 13.4 million in 16 countries with a real global reach that spreads across Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Southeast Asia. I'm delighted that today, both in person and online, we're joined by people from phase 1, from Competition 1 and Competition 2 projects. And what we really hope to get from this meeting and this gathering is that a sharing of knowledge and a sharing of best practice, so that you can share information about what has worked in setting up your projects, what are you learning from the research and development that you are doing, how can you share that and how can you learn from others, and how can we extract from that R&D some of the actions that we should take to further improve climate resilience into the future. Today's event builds on previous workshops and previous activities. Both Monique and Alex have mentioned some of those. I'll just mention 2 in particular. One was the GCBC event held in Kenya last September, which was co-organised by GCBC with UKRI partnerships, particularly through their Equitable Nature-Based Climate Resilience in Sub-Saharan Africa project. A mouthful to say, but as you get the sense of that title, very much to do with the goals of GCBC about using nature to enhance climate resilience. That was also done in partnership with the Resourcing Environmental Degradation in Africa project, and brought together 28 different projects to lead networking, forge links, and share best practice. We also know that the GCBC projects were well represented at the Convention for Biodiversity COP16 meeting, not to be confused with the other COP16 meeting that Alex mentioned earlier that made announcements about Competition 3, but that one in Colombia involved a number of side events organised by projects represented here and from GCBC. And I'll just mention one of those, because the title really gives the essence of some of the goals of GCBC. And that was an event organised by the project to harness Andean crop diversity to weather climate change. And as you can tell from that title, very explicitly about taking the knowledge we get from diversity, from biodiversity, so that we can better understand climate change and how to be resilient to it. A project run by the International Potato Centre in collaboration with AgroSavia. That project focused on conservation and it drew in at the COP meeting in Cali seed guardians from many countries in the region, including Colombia, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Peru. I partly wanted to mention that project by name because it's related so closely to one of the themes in competition 3 of GCBC. And those two themes are, firstly, to use biodiversity to improve the climate resilience of agriculture, food, and the bioeconomy value chain. So you can see why that Andean project is so similar in scope. And the second goal of competition 3 is to look at biodiversity hotspots in SIDS, in small island developing states. And that competition remains open. We're expecting expression of interest to come in a couple of weeks. Now, before I close my comments and run out of time and pass over to Kate, I do think I must say something about the developments in aid funding internationally that have happened in recent weeks, and particularly with relevance to GCBC, the announcement last week by our Prime Minister to reduce UK ODA funding. There is now uncertainty, frankly, about all of UK ODA spending. We are working, those from DEFRA in the room, and there's several of us here, are working very closely and very actively across government to increase the level of certainty we have about what will happen to some of the ODA projects, including the GCBC project. So there's a limited amount that I can say at this stage. But one thing I can say is at present we do not expect any changes to 2025-26 spending. And we are working very hard to work out and be able to communicate what will happen to ODA funding beyond 2025-26. And we'll make sure you know as soon as we're able to share information. I can reassure, though, by saying that GCBC, this programme, remains DEFRA's absolute flagship R&D programme, and it's a really important part of our delivery of ICF activity and our ODA goals. So we are very strongly behind GCBC in DEFRA, and we'll be working hard to maintain its success and enable it to continue to deliver. That's important background to know here, but for now, in this meeting, I think we should be celebrating the successes of GCBC, planning for the coming year and planning for beyond, so that we can learn from the great work that's being done in the many projects that you represent here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gideon, especially for the last part, indicating that you're hoping definitely for next year that funding will continue. I think it really is important for this particular project. Now, as I said, 3 institutes kind of come together for this, and last but definitely not least, DAI, who are the management leads for GCBC. And Kate is an experienced leader in global development, working at the nexus between climate transition, governance, and public health. She has a particular interest in the interdependencies between human and natural ecosystems. And Kate and her team at DAI have delivered the GCBC's research grant programme since 2023. So very important in collating all the information that goes out, marking, and therefore managing the projects as they go forward. Kate, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and very good morning to you all, and thank you to DEFRA and to Kew Gardens for this opportunity to celebrate GCBC. And I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to the grantees who've travelled far and wide to be here today, and congratulate them and the GCBC team for their achievements. And a quick shout out to the DAI team who run things behind the scenes: Andy, Duncan, Lucille, Jess, Anna, Tony, Shazad, and Katz. Thanks to you. So I'm Kate Wilson-Hargreaves, Director for Climate and Environment at DAI. We're a global international development consultancy that for GCBC manages the grant competitions, the flows of funds, and the programme management. And we work very closely with the technical leadership from Kew Gardens to ensure that high-quality, compelling evidence emerges from the grant projects. Now, I'm a social scientist, not a real scientist, so I'm particularly honoured today to be among so many biodiversity experts at this symposium. My background is in governance and systems change at the interface between climate, energy, health and finance. And these are nexus issues in sustainable development, by which I mean they're interconnected, they're complex, they're multi-layered, just like systems found in nature. And that leads me to think about biodiversity projects and nature in a slightly different light. There are so many lessons coming out of GCBC that can offer advice to mainstream international development on addressing social issues, social inclusion, and giving agency and decision-making power to local people and institutions. How do I move this along? Hard, okay. There we go, great. So I think I first fully appreciated why biodiversity is so important for addressing climate and tackling poverty when I visited Cockle Bay on the sea estuary in Freetown, Sierra Leone, to observe mangrove restoration work. This is one of the poorest countries in the world, highly vulnerable to climate shocks and with very few resources to fund climate adaptation. And this scene shows a lone mangrove tree on a peninsula that used to be covered in mangrove forest. And it's the result of uncontrolled urbanization as rural people move into the city to try to find income and end up building houses on the coast's edge and displacing mangroves. The man here is a mangrove planter, part of a geotagging project within the Freetown, the Tree Town initiative, which supports livelihoods and also provides essential protective services to the city, from cooling the streets to shoring up the coastline and to providing new income from carbon credits. So how does this relate to GCBC? This programme uniquely helps projects to scale through evidence from applied research that shows the economic value of ecosystem services, both in terms of livelihoods for local communities and individuals and through financial returns to investors. And this diagram depicts the mutual dependencies between climate change, human development and biodiversity, which is the key challenge at the heart of GCBC, how to ensure those three areas are in balance. And I'll be briefly introducing 5 of the grantees that tackle this challenge. ESPOL's mangrove restoration in Ecuador, multifunctional forests from Nature Kenya and ICRAF in Ethiopia, indigenous knowledge protection in Colombia with CIAS, and safeguarding global seaweed stocks under SAMS. But what I want to highlight today is not just what these projects do to improve biodiversity, but also the ways in which the projects operate, because it's that which ensures the results are sustainable for the long term. The success of these projects is in large part because they are delivered through strongly localised and inclusive approaches, focused on Indigenous people and local communities and how they apply those research findings. And in a moment of crisis in international development where funding from institutional funders is being cut, GCBC provides some really useful pointers on how to blend expertise and funding. By filling critical research gaps and providing evidence of additionality, GCBC projects have been able to operationalise policy-relevant research and leverage additional funds, as has been mentioned. A couple of the projects have already leveraged significant funding to support further applied research into biodiversity. So the first project I want to highlight is for multifunctional agroforestry from the International Centre for Research in Agroforestry, ICRAF, in Ethiopia. It's helping the local community to diversify seeds and improve farming practices. And this, in turn, improves local ecosystems as well as increasing the livelihoods of local people. And I love this particular example because in the ICRAF project, it highlights how improved understanding of biodiversity can have immediate benefits on human livelihoods. In this case, for this young woman, Salamawit, photographed here, who was unable to finish her schooling because her parents' income from their smallholder farm was insufficient to pay the school fees. But when she engaged with ICRAF's project, she learned smart agricultural techniques and switched to a different variety of avocado crop that matures in half the time. So this gave her family enough money for her to return to school. My second example is Nature Kenya and the Karangani Nature Reserve. And I picked it because it demonstrates the power of localization, which has also been mentioned several times already today. There's a really important place in biodiversity research, an essential place for globally renowned institutions like the brilliant Royal Botanical Gardens at Kew and research institutions like SAMS. But it's really crucial for long-term sustainability that southern organisations take the lead, especially for taking forward the results into local policymaking. Nature Kenya is helping establish payment for ecosystem services in Karangani, providing incentives to landowners to develop ecology services in land management and bringing to life the constitutional right to a clean and healthy environment. It works in partnership with local universities and government institutions like the Kenya Forest Research Institute and with local communities to establish several tree nurseries and community forest associations. And the programme has also delivered a forest landscape restoration plan to bring in investors to Karangani. Another great example of localisation of knowledge is SIAS's work with the Gran Tescual Indigenous Reservation in Colombia. The illustrated botanical guide shown here classifies plants according to different users and integrates traditional ecological knowledge into biodiversity conservation advice and modern science on climate action. And it's therefore both a tool for knowledge and education, but it also helps the local communities and Indigenous people to benefit financially from sustainable use of natural assets. The final two projects I'm going to talk about deal with coastal biodiversity, and I'm particularly excited about these because of the synergy with a large FCDO-funded programme on ocean governance and blue economy that DAI has just started working on in partnership with the governments of Mozambique, Vietnam, Philippines and Indonesia. The first project here, SAMS, Global Seaweed Superstar Programme, this protects seaweed habitats. We know that those habitats are facing 70% habitat loss over the next 70 years. Now, Indigenous people and local communities have been harvesting seaweed for 40 years, but it's now vulnerable to heat. And we know that over 31 degrees temperature, the seaweed is prone to disease. Superstar helps seaweed farmers to identify and cultivate more resilient strains of seaweed and is also helping them to broaden the market for seaweed sale, expanding the supply chain into biofuels and plastic substitutes as well as increasing yield. One of my favourites, mangrove systems, we all know, are a sort of super crop, brilliant sources of food and livelihoods, but we also know that over-extraction has threatened species and damaged the ecosystem. New conservation techniques are being practiced by ESPOL in Ecuador by working with universities and fishermen to develop protocols for hatcheries and replenish stocks of crabs, oysters, and black cockles. And by rejuvenating the mangrove ecosystems, this work enhances carbon sequestration and supports coastal protection. And ESPOL is also helping sea farmers to access international markets for black cockles, as you see here in the middle of the photo, for which they can secure $20 per 100 cockles from selling to communities down the coast in Peru. And they can also attract a premium price for cockles harvested using fair trade criteria. In summary, valuing diversity in all its forms generates both wealth for humans and balance for the planet. There's so much we can learn from nature. Collaborative approaches that we see from GCBC projects draw in diverse peoples and learn from complex natural ecosystems and result in better outcomes for both people and planet. And I'd like to conclude with a quote from one of my favourite books, James Bridle's book on ways of being, on the importance of embracing intelligence of all beings and systems, humans, natural and machine, to create sustainable development on Earth. The enemy is not technology itself, but rather inequality and the centralisation of power and knowledge. And the answers to these threats are education, diversity, and justice. You don't need artificial intelligence to work that out. You need actual intelligence. But more importantly, you need all the actual intelligences, every person, animal, plant, and bug, every critter, every stone, and every natural and unnatural system. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to our three speakers, Alex, Gideon and Kate, for really, I think, giving an overview of what's the drivers, etc., for GCBC. And now we are going to move forward to the next main session, our first main session of the conference. But before we do that, we are ahead of ourselves, very unusual at this stage in the conference, actually. And so we're going to just pause for a few minutes to enable you to stand up, stretch, etc., but please don't go anywhere. Have we got everybody back? I'm not quite sure. Should we just...
Great, thank you. We'll just wait a couple of minutes. Oh, no, a couple of minutes. A little bit.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming back so promptly. Now we're moving on to our first of our panel sessions that will be chaired by Professor Tim Wheeler. Tim is currently Deputy Director of International Science at the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. His role is to champion DEFRA's group of science internationally and to provide a strategic coordination and direction to DEFRA's use of science and innovation to achieve positive international outcomes. Tim has more than 30 years' experience in sustainable agriculture, food and climate change research, with specialist skills in forecasting climate risks to food production. Welcome, Tim. The floor is yours for the panel.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Monique. Good morning to everyone in the room. Good morning to everyone who is online. I was pleased with that little break there. I was feeling a bit chilly, sat down at the front with this frosty morning that we have in the UK, so it was quite nice to shake a bit of warmth into the legs. But my goodness, there's going to be some warmth in this session. I'm actually delighted to be chairing a session that's going to focus on some of the projects that GCBC has been supporting under the general theme of contributing to global goals and the science behind global international frameworks. This will very much build from a lot of the information that we've already heard from Alex, Gideon and Kate, who have set out the sort of large-scale objectives that GCBC is looking to address. And actually, in Kate's talk, gave us a little snapshot of two of the talks we're going to hear a little more about now. So you've always had a bit of a heads up on two of our presentations that we've got coming up. As Monique says, I'm from DEFRA in an international science role, and my link with GCBC is that Dan McGonigal, who's sitting up there and runs GCBC on behalf of DEFRA, sits within my division. So Dan and I spend a lot of time talking about GCBC, but not enough time listening to the details. So it's fantastic for me to be able to hear that today. So we've got four presenters who are all sat down here who will take the stage and give their presentations one at a time. We're going to have Q&A after that, with all of us sat on these rather comfy chairs here. So do, as each speaker is speaking, think about things that you would like to ask as part of the Q&A. And online, do think about putting those into the chat as we go through the presentations. As a warm-up to the topic itself, I had sort of three reflections thinking about the challenges of commissioning and undertaking research to contribute to global frameworks and global goals, such as those in the Sustainable Development Goals or the CBD Global Biodiversity Framework. Number one, well, as we've heard already, GCBC is a flagship DEFRA ODA R&D project. That's how we see it, and that's why we invest so much time and DEFRA support in it. But of course, the scale of the climate, nature, poverty challenges in that context, it's very small. And so it's incredibly important that in running GCBC projects and designing future calls, designing future programs, we look for those researchable problems that can almost catalyze change across nature, poverty, and climate nexus. Global framework gives us opportunities to almost operate at influence at a large scale, research activities that are carefully targeted and by their nature quite small investments of public monies. And number two, I think global frameworks also enable us to incentivize action. And although they are global, as we've already heard in some of the previous remarks, actions are in the main local, and we need to incentivize both local, regional, as well as global actions through the outputs of our research and the impacts that happen subsequent to the research completing. So local leadership's an incredibly important part of GCBC. Local action, equally, is absolutely vital. And then lastly, of course, the pathway from one individual research project to a change at the scale of a global framework is incredibly long, complex. There are a multitude of programs, projects right the way around the world that are needed and necessary to influence global frameworks. And so coordination is incredibly important, and that's why we're here over the next 2 to 3 days to coordinate across GCBC programs to achieve things by working together through individual programs, but by bringing those together to address the poverty-climate nexus. So essentially, that's our task, and I look forward towards the end of the week. We're catching up with Dan to see how things go over the next couple of days. But we're going to make a start in this panel session with 4 fantastic speakers. So let me go on to introduce our first speaker. So Dr. Constanza Gonzalez-Parral is a senior evaluation specialist at the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, 3IE, which is how I more usually refer to it. She leads on the GCBC Phase 1 project, Impact Evaluation, Conservation, Climate and Development, Understanding What Works. Constanza also leads the production of systematic reviews, rapid evidence assessments, and evidence gap maps on different sectors of international development, including education, governance, energy, and climate change. It's a very broad portfolio. So, Constanza, can I welcome you to give your presentation to start this session?
Thank you, Tim, and good morning, everyone. To start us off this panel, I would like to provide some snapshots, not about programs that have been implemented, but about the research about those programs. So we've been working with DEFRA for the last couple of years in a project that it's aiming to understand the state of the research, so that with that research, we're able to inform decision-making for policy, for DEFRA, for other organizations, and to ensure this connection between the best outcomes for climate, environment, biodiversity, and people. We have been intended to align with known frameworks, goals, targets, and to understand the state of the evidence on both sides, so where there is research and where there isn't a lot of research. Oh, I can see the whole slides in the TV. So we've done 3 phases. The first 2 were funded by or through GCBC. We started small in phase 1 a couple of years ago with updating an evidence gap map on land use change and forestry programs. Evidence gap maps would allow us to understand where there is evidence, where there isn't evidence, and we can categorize those studies across different intervention categories and outcome measures. So for that update of an EGM and evidence gap map that 3A published in 2016, we focused specifically on land and forestry. We tried to map studies that study the effects or effectiveness of these programs, so specifically impact evaluations and systematic reviews around management, loss, capacity building, around land use and forestry. We mapped those studies across some intermediate or behavioral outcomes, some environmental outcomes, mostly focused on climate mitigation, and a couple of human welfare outcomes. And the result of this EGM update was almost 600 studies, 3 times more than the original EGM. So then, for phase 2, we wanted to expand and acknowledge this connection between climate change, biodiversity, and people's lives, which we all know affects disproportionately those in low and middle income countries. So based on that, we did extended consultations. We drew from key policy strategies, national, international. We consulted with experts at DEFRA and at other departments and academics. Drawing from, for example, the global goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Global Diversity Framework, the review on biodiversity. And the outcome of that was a much larger EGM, in which we not only mapped studies on our focus on land and forest, but also agriculture, aquaculture, and fisheries, and coasts and oceans. So incorporating a larger scope in terms of natural systems, and also in terms of outcomes. So we incorporated biodiversity outcomes. We incorporated a much broader understanding of what we want to see as human welfare measures. And maybe you're not able to read all of the categories labels, but you should be able to see the larger bubbles, the gray bubbles. And that means that where most of the evidence is concentrated. So we can see that even though there's a huge jump in terms of number of studies, those studies are mostly concentrated in the upper rows or in the upper categories of land and agriculture rather than on aquaculture and coasts. And either in intermediate or behavioral outcomes for environment and human welfare, but not that much around biodiversity and climate mitigation. So I would like to give you some examples. So the large increase in studies, it's contrasted with the high concentration, both thematically on land and agriculture, and geographically. And interestingly, we had that focus on both climate, environment, biodiversity, and human well-being. Only 16% of those studies were measuring outcomes at both levels. The EGM includes studies for 86 low and middle income countries. And some examples of how to connect this to, in this case, some of the SDGs. We know that one of the indicators for SDG 13 is greenhouse gas emissions. We only have studies for 20% of countries with at least, for 20% of countries, at least one study is reporting this type of measure. We also know that there are particular indicators and targets focused on least developed countries and small island developing states. We do have a larger coverage around least developed countries, but the EGM, the whole body of evidence, is only able to speak for 18% of those small island developing states. For SDG 15, there is specific indicators around forest coverage. A good amount of evidence is reporting those type of measures, land or water coverage. However, there is a specific indicator around biodiversity, naming explicitly the red list index. None of these studies report this particular index. And for a third of the countries, we have studies reporting either species or habitat complexity measures around biodiversity. And then for the current third phase, we're doing a deep dive and a smaller window for all that huge evidence gap map. And we're conducting a systematic review, not surprisingly, on the intervention category, intervention group that has the largest amount of studies, so land and forestry. I focus specifically on these three particular intervention categories: community or decentralized management and monitoring, protected areas, and land rights. I was going to say that I shamelessly took this image from the GCBC website, but I think that we all agree that it's a very nice image, and it translates very nicely how we are thinking about this systematic review. So, because the systematic review is ongoing, this is a more rustic view of what the evidence looked like for the systematic review. We can see with the green cells are those intervention categories and outcomes that we were able to conduct at least one quantitative meta-analysis. So incorporating pooled or average effects across programs. What can we learn not only from one program, but for the group of all programs available? So we can see that we're able to say interesting, and we can learn that, for example, there are small but positive significant effects on some or most of the intervention categories on natural resources management measures, on land cover, on productivity, on income. However, when we look at the gray cells, those also tell us a story about where there is evidence that is missing. We're not able to say for this particular scope of, for the systematic review, we're not going to be able to say much about effects on greenhouse emissions or on nutrition or clean air outcomes. And you can also see that for the different intervention categories, we don't have the same evidence across the three. So the evidence does change across interventions and across outcomes. And here you can see the broader scope of what we are aiming to understand for human welfare, to understand more how adaptation can be measured and how these programs can affect those adaptive capacities. So to conclude, I just want to go back to the overall objective of this project in the first place. So yes, we can identify and we should be leveraging we should be leveraging the areas where there is evidence to understand what works for this connection between climate, biodiversity, and people's lives, so that we can inform policies, future programs, upscaling, and those decisions for DEFRA and for other organizations. However, this kind of a stock-taking exercise should also make us aware of where there are gaps in the evidence and how that reflects on future decisions about research itself, and for us to understand what is that we are, for this particular type of evidence that we're looking about what works, what is it that we're not able to talk about, but even that it's interesting, we're not conducting research on those areas. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Constanza, for those comments in our initial presentation. So for our next presentation, I'd like to welcome Dr. Asta Gebrekurtzos. She's a senior scientist at the Center for International Forestry Research, C4, and World Agroforestry, C4 ICRAF, based in Ethiopia. She's the lead for GCBC project Multifunctional Agroforestry for Ethiopia, and is involved in several other projects in Africa and in Asia. Asta is a leader in her field with over 20 years' experience in research, teaching, and consultancy, and also is the head and founder of the Dendroecology Lab in Nairobi that focuses on looking at what trees, forests, and forest-dependent communities have to say in order to address climate change issues and the effects of forest use, and the effects of climate change on biodiversity and ecosystems, all of which are incredibly relevant to the discussion today. Asta, could I welcome you to give your presentation?
Yeah, thank you so much for that kind introduction. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to online participants. It's really a pleasure to be here to share about our project, Multifunctional Agroforestry for Ethiopia, and I hope at the end of my presentation that you will be convinced that agroforestry is really a pathway to reach the global and national, targets. So I'm going to present on behalf of the team, C4 ICRAF team, partners from 3A, University of York, and especially the farmers and all who contributed to this work in one way or another. So I will just start with brief context about major challenges of our times. It has been discussed, raised by previous speakers, and global initiatives and agreements and insights from the project that Kate highlighted. Thank you so much for that, and some conclusion. So there are major goals of our times: achieving food security, addressing climate change, conserving biodiversity. These are global goals. And when you look Africa, developing countries, there are many, many challenges, including deforestation. Ethiopia is rich in biodiversity, but there are many, many challenges that threatens its biodiversity. This one is not my recent slide, presentation, but I will just follow with this one. Yeah. Is it possible to change? I can give, if you give me 20 minutes then. Okay, so because I cut some slides because of the time, but I think he could give me 3 minutes more. Okay, so going back, so, you know, it's rich, but we have many people to feed and population pressure and what have you. And deforestation, some pictures are self-explanatory, you see. Deforestation, land degradation, decreasing land productivity, and lack of fuel wood. This picture I would like to highlight. I took it 2 years before on the way from Aksum to Shire. Look, it's just bare land. That is collecting fuel wood, just twigs. And people are using cow dung for fuel wood if they are rich, And girls, they walk street for hours. Many challenges. Fodder scarcity. Some animals are clever. They can jump the tree. There is scarcity of fodder. But this is also aggravated by climate change. This happened 2 years before. This is from my country, Ethiopia, the worst drought in 40 years. And you see many livestock died. And people are being used as source of to plow the land, like oxen. This is a tragedy. But it's not only the cows and the cattle, but here you see kids climbing on the tree. It's not for fun. They are trying to survive. It was drought, there was conflict, and they were collecting wild fruit trees to survive. So you see the importance of trees as well in terms of shocks and drought events. But unfortunately, trees and forests are also being threatened by climate change. We see along in Europe, also in Africa, you see the map here, tree mortality is increasing across the globe. So can our trees and forests and woodlands adapt enough to climate change is also one of the major challenges we have to address, and is part of this project. And of course, if temperature is increasing and drought is increasing, tree mortality will also increase. So there are so many global initiatives and agreements to address these challenges that I mentioned, like UNCBD, like UNCCD, UNFC. I like to look at events and milestones. I can talk about each of them, but I don't have time for that. But all of the 3 event frameworks, they were established, Rio in 1992, and we had 3 COPs in 2024. So at the beginning, they have focused on their own thematic issues. But eventually, all the challenges are really interconnected, especially the common focus on ecosystem services, resilience, sustainable development goals shows that these global challenges are really interconnected, and integrated solutions are critical. So agroforestry can bridge the 3 Rios and the SDG. Agroforestry can address each of the SDG goals. It can address poverty, income, city, equity, and what have you, all of them. It can be addressed with our agroforestry. So that is why we propose, this multifunctional agroforestry for Ethiopia to address all the challenges that I mentioned, to reduce poverty, food security, and boosting income. In fact, agroforestry is not new science. It has been there for many years. Ethiopia, we have many traditional agroforestry practices. But these traditional agroforestry practices have been threatened by many factors. As I said, there are so many social, climatic, and ecological factors that threaten these traditional agroforestry practices. But also, it's not widely adopted in the country. So we selected 4 regions in Ethiopia, 2 traditional agroforestry practices. One of the sites is a World Heritage Site. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site so that we can learn. It's really like, a mecca for agroforestry, I would say. So then this is the conceptual model we follow. It is trans-regional, it's transdisciplinary, at the same time integrative. We look at the past climate, present, and future. Climate change impacts, biodiversity, and human connection is at the center. But most of all, at the core of the project are the local people. Their knowledge, their vulnerability, their perception, and all that is key. Then, agroforestry is a system approach. It's not just only about trees. It's about the soil, it's about the crops, it's about the tree, it's about the biodiversity. So it's incorporating the values that the local people, especially the human, element is critical. How does people value, see, and their role from homestead to the landscape is very important. What do they plant? Here, sometimes they plant the wrong tree at the wrong site. So we see the whole landscape approach. Then, because it is so diverse by its nature, the crop, animal, soil, and climate, and all that, we bring different stakeholders. We establish multi-stakeholder innovation platform to ensure that, also the participation of underrepresented communities, indigenous communities, you see, the Abagadas, also part of the innovation platform. So we discussed, because it has to be owned by the community, otherwise it will not be successful. Then we discussed with them and we told them, asked them to, list the challenges and rank them. And in different regions, it's context specific. From region to region, the challenges are different. And the solutions are also, we follow this option by context approach. The first thing is, I didn't actually expect, they said population pressure is the main challenge that threatens agroforestry. The second is lack of, this productivity loss. The loss of indigenous knowledge is degradation of the indigenous knowledge, local biodiversity loss, joblessness, migration, and all that. These are challenges they list about 15, 17. So following that, using what they want, we implement the project. And of course, gender equity is very critical. Also, we organized women-only meetings and all that. And especially, I would like to highlight here the importance of intergenerational, to bring the youth to the meeting, because these are the future stewards of their landscape. And one of the challenges the people they mention is that lack of this degradation of indigenous knowledge. The youth, they are losing interest. So we have to attract the youth to really follow, to learn the wisdom of from their elders. And of course, in our project, we also have 1 year from participant, 1-year-old participant, so the intergenerational, is really, they are empowered women. They bring their kids, and it's really amazing to see that commitment of the women for this project. So we also, it's not only about the traditional knowledge, but also we use scientific activities like, the Kesho participatory scenario building, and the GIS tool is led by University of York, Professor Robert. We were discussing with people, and we asked them, how do you see your future with agroforestry, without agroforestry? So we'll develop scenario development, 2030, 2063. It's not only the GIS, we are also establishing living labs. As I said, climate is impacting our trees, our people, climate, what have you. And one of the challenges of, the reason for loss of biodiversity is lack of knowledge on indigenous species. You've been to Kenya, you will see grevillea and eucalyptus. Ethiopia, eucalyptus. So that this critical knowledge, because it's easy to propagate exotic species. So we are installing different equipments to monitor the impact of climate change and to understand their physiology, how they coexist. You would find out more than 30 species in half hectare of land. How do they coexist? And different layers, multi-layers. So this understanding, there are competition, there are also complementary processes, happening in agroforestry. It's really dynamic and system approach that we use. Then we'll develop resilience index, species diversity models, and to plant the right trees. This is our motto at C4A Graph. Planting, it's not about planting trees, it's about growing trees at the right site for the right purpose. And agroforestry also, the microsite condition is also critical. So it's not only about the science, but whatever we do, it has to make economic sense for the farmers. Livelihood. Why do they plant trees? They have to benefit from that. They have many challenges. So we are using different approaches for that. One of the challenges for, that agroforestry being threatened is a lack of available quality germplasm, seedlings. So we are organizing the youth and women. We bought different nursery equipment, as you can see, it's the right direction. We give them training and all that. We negotiated with the government to give us nursery site. That has been not managed very well. In Ethiopia, nurseries are, mainly government-owned, which is expensive, and they produce only eucalyptus and, some grevillea seedlings. So they give us the land for 3-4 years, and then depending on the outcome, they will, continue the agreement. So already they are generating money. Of course, seedling production takes time, but we allow them also to produce incentives, like onion, garlic, and what have you. This is short-term benefit. So this is critical. And this migration is very challenging in this area. They say, the users, they are migrating. They are not following the tradition. So this is one of the challenges they mentioned, and this is a way to stop that gap. So this is in the south. This is Salam. She was in the picture, and this one is from Tigray. And we are also establishing pilot best fit agroforestry practices by selecting farmers, 50 homesteads, as model farmers for each region. And we are giving you the different seedlings and training and capacity building, and we follow up. It's also a living lab. It's on-farm trial. And already they are harvesting and, getting benefit. It's about intercropping of different things, including vegetables and all that. It's powerful. So it's not only about producing, but also it's very important to raising mass-scale awareness through different techniques, because access to knowledge is access to action. So we are showing that, generating and showing evidence about the interconnectedness of biodiversity, climate resilience, and food security. We had national platform at the higher level, bringing different ministers of agriculture, forestry, and finance, and what have you. And the government, they are so convinced about our approach, they broadcasted on TV, on Tigray TV, on South TV, Southern TV, reaching many people. Also, we are sharing our, this model, the approach, how to scale up and out. It's very important that to engage national governments, because it can be part of the policy. That's how we influence, global and national targets. And now the government, they have approved also, this restoration, and agroforestry, 60% of the restoration target will be with agroforestry. So this is the evidence that we have. We have published many blogs and papers and TV programs, and it was also on the Salamta, Salamta magazine. It was January, February magazine was also highlighted the project. So it is really, interesting, I would say. And in conclusion, agroforestry is part of the 3 Rio Conventions, indirectly or indirectly, it aligns with the goals. And I don't want to take more time, it is, but what is done? Long-term investment at scale. Because trees by nature, they take longer time to build trust, to show them the impact. At least 5 to 8 years of investment is really critical for agroforestry. Then it can scale up and out. Thank you so much to all of you for your attention, and on behalf of the core team and all the partners, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Asta, for that comprehensive overview of the role of agroforestry. So to our third presentation of this session, I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Wendy Toro. Wendy is Principal Researcher at CIASE, which is a feminist NGO focused on promoting human rights, particularly economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. She leads the GCBC Stage 1 project Grand Tesqual Indigenous Reservation Climate Plan that focuses on enhancing the living conditions of the Pastos indigenous people residing in the Grand Tesqual Reservation. Wendy is a specialist in environmental education and management. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you today to give your presentation.
Thank you so much, Tim, and thanks to GCBC team and Dai for inviting me to this panel. I'm Wendy, and for me it's an honor to be here on behalf of the Gran Tesqual territory and the CIASE Corporation. In Spanish is Corporación de Investigación y Acción Social y Económica, CIASE. The Gran Tesqual Indigenous Reservation is based on the southern part of Colombia, and this is a sacred territory in the Andean Amazonian region of Colombia. Climate change and biodiversity loss are global crises that have a profound impact on indigenous peoples. However, these communities are not merely victims of this crisis. They have also developed concrete strategies to adapt and protect their territories. The climate plan of the Gran Tesqual Reservation, developed in partnership between the Gran Tesqual community and CIASE Corporation, and funded, of course, by GCBC, is an initiative based on fundamental approaches that enable us to build a transformative research and action model. I want to share with you which are these approaches. First of all, we have feminist and gender approach. Of course, as a feminist organization, we recognize the central role of indigenous women in protecting their territory and biodiversity, ensuring their activities participation in decision-making. The intersectional approach, that is understanding that gender, ethnicity, class, and another kind of identities, inequalities affect communities directly in the face of the climate crisis. Ethnic approach that strengthening indigenous autonomy in environmental governance, respecting the Pasto people, knowledge and authority systems. The colonial approach that is challenging the power structures that have historically marginalized indigenous peoples and validating their knowledge as an essential part of environmental science. And of course, climate resilience approach, not only resisting crisis, but generating structural transformations and enable the community to adapt and ensure their survival in harmony with the territory. These approaches have ensured that research in Gran Tescual is not just an academic exercise, but a tool for resistance and territorial transformation with an impact on global decision-making spaces such as COP16 on biodiversity that was hosted by Colombia last year, and COP29 on climate change that was hosted by Azerbaijan. About the research part of our project, from the initial proposal of the climate plan of Gran Tescual, it was established that the foundation of the process should be generation of indigenous knowledge, starting with a participatory biodiversity diagnosis that this assessment has enabled us to map the state of biodiversity in the territory, identifying key spaces and environmental threats, develop the illustrated botanical guide, there is this one, integrating the traditional knowledge of the Pasto people with scientific information about plant species in the territory, create environmental monitoring methodologies where indigenous guards, women, and youth have played a central role in data collection and ecosystem observation. Dialogue of knowledge approach in research. This process is not based in a hierarchical relation between science and ancestral knowledge, but on a horizontal conversation where both knowledge systems complement each other. The community has been the protagonist in knowledge production, ensuring that the proposed solutions respond to their needs and worldview. Thanks to this work, the reservation has been able to generate its own data, which has not only been useful to the territorial planning, but had also been crucial for advocacy in international spaces. This enabled us to participate in the COP16 on biodiversity in Cali, Colombia, where we present our research findings and defend the need for indigenous peoples to be recognized as key actors in implementing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. At the COP16 on biodiversity and in Baku, in Azerbaijan, our participation focused on highlight the role of the indigenous peoples as guardians of biodiversity, with concrete examples of the Gran Tescual community. Questioning conservation financing mechanisms that continue to exclude indigenous peoples on their self-managed initiatives. Showcasing the illustrating botanical guide of the Gran Tescual community as an example of the indigenous knowledge building combining ancestral and scientific wisdom. This process did not end at the COP16. Recognizing the need to link biodiversity with the climate agenda, we have projected our work towards COP29 on climate change, with an emphasis on the role of the Andean and Amazonian ecosystem in climate regulation, recognizing indigenous leadership in developing nature-based solutions, the need for direct funding for indigenous adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage projects. For COP29, we were seeking the strength and advocacy for the Gran Tescual Reservation as a model of climate resilience based on indigenous governance and community science. About the challenges and opportunities, despite these advances, we face several challenges. One is the limited recognition of the indigenous knowledge in climate and environmental science. Lack of access to resources to continue indigenous research and environmental management. The need to develop more effective advocacy mechanisms in COP negotiations. To overcome these challenges, we must promote indigenous research as a legitimate field within academia and environmental policy. Demand direct decision-making spaces at COPs, not just as observers. Strengthen networks between indigenous communities, researchers, and international actors. The experience of the Grant Squad demonstrates that when research is built from the territory and with the active participation of the community, it generates data and knowledge that impact global policy. In conclusion, and finally, indigenous research is not just an academic exercise. It is a tool for resistance and transformation. Thanks for the work carried out with the Grant Squad Reservation. We have produced our own knowledge on biodiversity and climate change. An example of this is this document that we are really proud of. Brought these findings to COP16 on biodiversity and COP29 on climate change. Positioned the reservation as a key actor in building transformative resilience. But this is just the beginning. To ensure the sustainability of this process, it's crucial that academia and the research community recognize and validate indigenous knowledge as an essential resource of climate and environmental science data. Support and accompany indigenous participation in international decision-making. Establish alliances that respect the autonomy and governance of indigenous peoples in managing their territories. Grant Squad has taught me and Siase and all the team that we are working in this project that resilience is not just resistance. It's the ability to transform realities through our own knowledge. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, and thank you very much, Wendy, for your presentation. Very thought-provoking. So, to our final panelist before we get to our Q&A session. So I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Ritini Teng, who is Director of Policy and Program Development for the World Conservation Society based in Cambodia. She is the lead of the GCBC RGC2 project, recognizing and rewarding the contribution of indigenous knowledge for the sustainable management of biodiversity that focuses on identifying innovative solutions to support indigenous management of biodiversity in partnership with the Bunong people in Keo Sima Wildlife Sanctuary in eastern Cambodia. Ritini has significant experience in environmental policy and work within this area. So I'd like to welcome you to give our fourth presentation of the session.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Good morning, all. Thank you for opportunity to deliver presentation and a panel discussion today. And just a bit of change is not a world conservation, but wildlife conservation societies. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really happy for our presentation today. So we start our present today on the recognizing the reward of the indigenous knowledge to sustainable management of biodiversity, and so to show how this project is linked to the national and the global framework. So we can see that our project just started in November recently, and currently we just start a discussion about ours, like internal discussion and also different stakeholders regarding the implementation of the project. And our project is led by the WCS, Wildlife Conservation Society, and under the support from the GCBC. And the project is implemented by diverse partners, including the Oxford University and Royal University of Agriculture based in Cambodia, and CIPO, called Cambodia Indigenous Organization, and Monash University. So from the international research university and to the local organization. So the project is implemented mainly in Cambodia at the Red Plus Kausema Wildlife Sanctuary, and it's actually located in the eastern plain of the Cambodia. So if you don't know Cambodian where is it, so there's, and the location of the project you can see in the Cambodian map is highlighted that in the eastern plain of Cambodia. Yes, this is the map location of our projects that we will be implement. And this research particularly is under the broader scope of the Kausema Red Plus project that contribute to the implementation of the Red Plus activities in the ground. And as you know, the Red Plus Kausema Wildlife Sanctuary is under the jurisdiction management of Ministry of Environment. And our project is, the Red Plus project is co-implementing by the WCS and the government of Cambodia. And the project is starting in 2010, and the term is expected to implement for 60 years. And this project is a high of carbon density of any Red Plus project in Cambodia. Also, it is a central and the current home of the indigenous community called Bunong Indigenous Group. More than 70% of the population in that area is indigenous communities. And the location, more than 1,000 species have been recorded recently, and 85 is global threatened species. So why are we doing this research project? Because we realize that the recognition of the indigenous rights to manage biodiversity is limited, and also limited the evidence of the knowledge and the governance of the indigenous community. So because the community is living there and have managed and used the forest for a generation, and have a knowledge in forest and biodiversity management. And Cambodia is unique in this region for legally recognize the collective indigenous communities. For example, in the Red Plus Kausema project, we have supported collective land title for indigenous communities. However, we support several communities, but up to now, we got only 7 that issued the land title to the local communities, and the rest of the registration is under the process. It takes more than 10 years in the process, because it is involved different ministry, involved 4 ministry. For different ministries, so it take a while. It really challenge. It take a long time in this, and also so in this slow process, it lead to the community kind of fragmented and vulnerable to the new market force as well. And also this create the conflict between the government or conservation authority and reduce effectiveness of protecting measure of this area. And so what will we do regarding this research project? So the project will be implemented by the Cambodian researcher with the technical support and mentor with the international partner like Oxford, as I mentioned earlier, and the Monash University. And this research have main 3 actions. Firstly is the action research led by the indigenous community to document the knowledge and recognize through the co-development the governance models. And secondly is kind of the ecological research to quantify biodiversity and climate mitigation outcome of indigenous practice, that including the impact evaluation of indigenous collective land title on the forest cover, and also measure biodiversity outcome of the indigenous land. And the third is like economic research to develop the model of the financial mechanism to support indigenous management. So our project outcome, we can see that we would like to have a clear, generate a clear and robust evidence for the incentive and the governance model for the better recognize and reverting of the indigenous knowledge and sustainable management of the biodiversity. And those also empowers indigenous community to advocate and recognize of the traditional knowledge and management practice of their engagement and sustainable finance mechanism. And the community also have the evidence so for them to advocate and negotiate with the government and other stakeholders to recognize their rights and practice. And also to inform the implementation of the REDD+ program, including the design incentive mechanism and using the evidence and the knowledge for indigenous community, and also strengthen the capacity of the communities and also the community research that engage with the policy in Cambodia. So how the project contribute to national and international framework? So that looking at the national framework, Cambodia have a set of framework around forest and biodiversity conservation, including like national determined contribution and national biodiversity strategy and action plan, we call NBSAP, and circular strategy on the environment, and those are implemented by Ministry of Environment, and the National REDD+ strategy. However, I focus primarily that this research is contribute to the NBSAP, and the Cambodia currently in the process for updating the NBSAP to align with the Kunming-Montreal Protocol framework. So it aims to conserve biodiversity and promote sustainable use of the natural resource and ensure that equitable sharing of the benefit arrive from the biodiversity. There are several targets in the projects that are contributing to the NBSAP. However, I particularly take just an example like target 17, but the new NBSAP that we update is target 22 that related to respect and integrate of the indigenous knowledge and local knowledge for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity resources. So the project will document the indigenous knowledge and cultures. So on the forest management and biodiversity conservation, which can be inform the implementation of the NBSA. So in the international framework, so we can see that Cambodia is one of the parties in different international conventions to tackle the climate change, biodiversity loss, and promote sustainable development, which including the UNFCCC and biodiversity convention on biodiversity and also the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So the research is can contributing. I just take an example, particularly regarding the Kunming-Montreal Protocol, like target, for example, target 21. It related to data available information and knowledge for decision maker, practitioner and public. So where several articles and policy brief will be produced as the evidence for the decision making. And as well as example in target 20, so strengthening capacity building, technology transfer, and scientific and technical support cooperation for the biodiversity. So this project involves different partners, including the Oxford Monash, which can provide to our local partners, and as well as the action research that implemented by the local community. So this kind of capacity building to the local and our partners. And also the research also contribute to the implementation of the REDD+ as well. So as the implementation of the REDD+, we have the standard that we need to follow. One of the standard is called climate community biodiversity standard. So this is the standard to safeguard communities and also safeguard and also respect the knowledge and right of the indigenous community, because for the implementation of the REDD+, we need to comply all the these standard in order to pass the validation and the verification in order to able to sell the carbon credit. So we need to pass all of this verification and comply with all this standard. Yes, I think that was my presentation, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Brittany, for that presentation. What is the youngest, actually, project of the four, the one that started most recently? So could I invite our three other presenters to take a seat on, it's not a stage, but in the row here. Leave one for me. On the, maybe if I sit at the end. So we've got the opportunity to ask questions to our presenters across everything that we've heard this morning. We can take questions in the room. We can take questions online that I think will come from the team over here. Yeah. Lottie, yeah, Julieta. So please think about those questions. I'm going to kick off by just asking a question for each of our presenters to respond to as you form the questions that you want to ask. So let me just take a seat here. And Constanza, maybe starting with you, but the same questions for all four of you. At times there, can be a bit of a disconnect or gap between global frameworks operating as you'd expect at a global international scale, goals, targets, and indicators of those, and the perspectives of people that are most affected. And we've heard from at least 3 of the presentations, some examples of those people. Do you see this disconnect in the work that you're doing? And if so, how do you navigate that? And starting with you, Constanza.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, great. So the idea, one of the wonderful advantages of having these tools as the evidence gap map, the EGM, is that we're able to take a look and try to quantify those disconnects. And one example of that is one of the main takeaways from the evidence gap map around climate change, biodiversity, and livelihoods is the lack of evidence around what we call equity considerations. So we go to the studies and try to identify how authors applied equity considerations in terms of how they design the research and how they analyze the evidence. And from the 1,600 studies that we saw in the EGM, just over 10% of those studies include an equity consideration in their research approach, most commonly by providing and reporting disaggregated results by sex. That's the main approach. So we see a disconnect there in terms of how the research is conducted. And if we take one step further into the systematic review on land management interventions, we see a similar pattern. I think 15% of those studies present any disaggregated analysis by gender, by sex, by age, indigenous communities. So really those studies are mostly focused on averages that generalize the results of those effects of those interventions. So I think that the first question is around how do you connect that and how do you target programs so that they are involving those populations more affected, but also how do you conduct the research so that it translates into research approaches that also address those concerns.
Thank you. Asta.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can tell that there is a disconnect between this global and local, focuses, because the global targets are more broad, but the local is really local. It's about the immediate benefit. It's about the food, water, and as I've been showed you, the problem is not about the carbon sequestration, for example. It's not, it's about food, it's about water, it's about job opportunity. It's about maintaining their tradition. But then how do we bridge this gap is very important. It's based on the approach, involving the people from the start, showing that, although I will not go to the people and say, this plant tree for carbon sequestration. But I will tell them, trees are very important to for food, for feed, and for water, especially water, they can relate immediately. But carbon is kind of abstract. But then the carbon is additional benefit. You can get this, but additionally, it's also carbon benefit. There are global. This climate change is impacting you because of CO2, and so then it comes later. So it's very important is the approach, involving them, considering their priorities in the project is very important. The other thing I said, okay, planting trees, it will take 3-4 years or 5 years, So they don't have to wait all that. They can produce, like the onion, the vegetables and all that. Then they can, take part in the project. Immediate benefits, incentives, capacity development, empowering their kids. This all is, they can relate with this global objectives of biodiversity loss. They know. It's really, actually in the south, in the northern part, it was number 3. Biodiversity loss was the highest, because there was conflict, there was siege, there was massive destruction, as I showed you, and they lost the bees and all that. So they mentioned biodiversity as number 3. The first was peace and all that. So it is depending on the context.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wendy.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, for us, it's really evident that we have that disconnection. Of course, working with the indigenous reservation community, we have this lack in advocacy processes, for example, and in spaces like COP16 on biodiversity or COP29 of climate change, we have these disconnections because the agreements on biodiversity and climate, all the other agreements, are based on a technical approach. And we said, or in Colombia or the Global South, we said, it's a Western point of view. So they don't take account our perspectives, our ways of life. So there is a disconnection. For us and in the Grand Esqual indigenous community, we try, like several strategies, but I just want to highlight 2. One is, as I said before, we try, and we are working on create our own knowledge, trying to have these research products and put in the table the dialogue between the indigenous knowledge and that we call the Western science or the Western knowledge. So this is our way to recognize the indigenous communities have a knowledge, that is really important to highlight, and it's really important to put in dialogue with another kind of knowledge. And the second is making alliances. For us, it's really important, and the way that we could arrive to those spaces, the COP16 and the COP29, we're making alliances with other actors, mainly public actors in Colombia, because, for example, we were invited by the environmental secretary of the governance of the Nariño department, that is the state in Colombia where we are working, to be part of the COP16 and some spaces of the Green Zone. So without this alliance, it would be impossible to be there. So for us, it's really important have these alliances, and to the private sector, of course. We know that this is impossible without the private sector, and we have some alliances with organizations of the civil society and other organizations that work with us and are mainly working, trying to, for example, support our work in researching and trying to support our activities. But we know that we have to do more, but from the community or the indigenous community, we know that these efforts are impossible, for example, without this kind of spaces, this kind of projects. So for us, I think GCBC has been a really important opportunity to highlight all these gaps and trying to fix them a little more.
Thank you very much. And really.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that for us, regarding the implementation in the ground, we can see that in the global framework, we have like a goal to protect and conserve biodiversity, and as well talking about the inclusion and equitable participation of the local community. However, in the perspective of the community, it is involved with like cultures, and they live in the area for many, many years. But the government have been established this protected area, but the community living with involve their culture and practice. So and also the participation of the community in the decision making is also has the limited and a gap as well in the practice. And as well, the community looking at the livelihood improvement and as well as the capacity for participation and the capacity for they are able to protect the biodiversity and encourage them to participate. And also the global framework should also include regarding the, I mean that not the global but also national framework include that self-determination and culture to include in those frameworks as well. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you all four of you for that initial question. So let me go to the room. Are there questions? Let's take one in the middle first, please. And there are microphones somewhere. There.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello? Yeah? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, thank you all. They were wonderful presentations. I really enjoyed them. My name is Cristal Angie. I come from Colombia, from an NGO that does very similar work to the one that was shown. And what I wanted to share is that in the last 20 years working with indigenous knowledge, we kind of realized that we had been doing work or trying to understand and do research, but it was very much from a Western point of view. So even though we were very open, we were having dialogues and we were working in, let's say, finding out what the animals in the reserves were or doing, this is a very much Western way of working with knowledge and organizing knowledge as well. So in the past maybe 5 or more years, we've been including in our work supporting the indigenous ways of researching, which is already a Western word. But what I mean by that is, how do people understand and get to know animals? So in certain parts, it's through rituals, through maybe taking sacred plants and then connecting to the plant and learning from those plants. Or also the way of conserving nature might be doing certain rituals in certain places. And the interesting part of that is that then usually it's very hard to get funding for that, because that means a category in the budget that it's usually doesn't really fit anywhere. Or that it doesn't make sense to funders. Like buying certain strange things that are needed for the rituals, for example. So my question here for it, and I think any of you can answer it because you all talked about this, is if you have developed ways of working in these dialogues that stems from the traditional ways of knowing of the indigenous cultures and not having a dialogue on just on what we call research in the Western world. And also, if there's maybe time, Tim, for you too, if how from the funders' perspectives do you see funding these types of activities that are usually kind of out of the box? So any of you can answer it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 questions there. And maybe you and I will speak during the lunch break on the second so that we can maximize our time with the panelists. While you're thinking about that, can I just add one more question in? Would someone else like to add to? Yes, please. Microphone's coming behind you.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm Julie Nieto. I come from Ecuador. I found also all the talks very interesting. Thank you for that knowledge and wisdom. I have a specific question for Dr. Aster Gebrekirstos. Is that right? I think it's very interesting to work with communities and associations. But in our work we're working with mangroves and working with fishers associations. They feel so much empowered with their own association that there starts being conflict among associations, among those who want to implement these changes and those who don't agree. How do you deal with that? Or if you have any ideas of how integrating the ones that are not very much aligned, and then how to solve those conflicts or stressing points? Because that's something we foresee we might be seeing in these things that are changing, and some people want to implement different strategies and the other ones do not agree, and we're in the middle of it, so we just want to foresee what to do. Thank you.
Great, another fantastic question, thank you. And perhaps, Aster, should we start with you, as you were mentioned specifically,
Okay.
and then open up to the others on the first of the two questions?
Yeah,
Please.
okay. Thank you. I think I will mention about the first question about the traditional, the indigenous knowledge. I would say, I mean, what I like about the GCBC project is that it really recognizes also the traditional knowledge, the importance of that, and that we need to consider in our work. And it's a scientific, it's also research and development. So in our case, the traditional practices are key. We want to learn from them. We appreciate that. And it was interesting. They asked also for the scientific aspect, because they say, okay, we were growing on the, this is a mountain area, different elevation. The species are migrating. What they have been growing at lower altitude, they cannot grow anymore. So what can we plant now? So they were recognizing the importance of this scientific knowledge also. So I think it's a way, it's approach, and how we interact with them is very important. So maybe we have another experience, but in my opinion, I think it is actually one of that I like about this GCBC is about recognizing that. The second question, shall I continue?
Yeah, please,
with that?
yeah.
So it's about the association. In our case, what we did was we created association, small form of cooperatives. We negotiated with the government to get the nursery, and then we also consulted the local leaders and also the indigenous people, the Abagadas and all that, to select really people that they need job, some capacity, commitment, and also so they had to be youth and women. So we created the cooperatives ourselves, and they develop bylaws on how they operate. And we train them all the process, including the value chain, how they sell, and they become, it's kind of innovation of this business model that we created. So how much income they will get, how they will distribute the money, and if there is, of course, in a group, it's dynamic, there will be maybe conflicts or what, and how to solve that, how they can remove somebody who is not agreeing to the principles, the bylaws. So it's very important, as I say, to have this clear, agreements and local bylaws on that system. So that's what we do. But also we brought, in the multi-stakeholder innovation platform I told you, we brought the coffee association, the sailors and all that as part of the platform, because this is very important. When you go to the farmers, they sell coffee maybe 120 birr, which is about $2, to the middlemen. And then the cooperatives, they sell it. So how do we really break this cycle of, inequity? It's not fair. So this is also, we are trying to solve this kind of problem by bringing cooperatives. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful, thank you. Would anyone like to briefly add something, Brittany, and then we'll go to online questions?
Yeah. Yes, I would try to kind of respond to Christine's question regarding the research. So I think that is one part of the our current research support by the GCBC as well. So this research is one of our main research is action research that is taken by the communities. And we are engaged with the community themselves to they are really how they're going to do the research. So we give the ownership to the community for a data collection and things like that. But with the technical advice or some of the guidance from the expert, but we give the community rights to document it. So they feel like they are really own the research and have the research. Yeah.
I just add one.
Yes, is it a small one?
It's a sad one about the indigenous research. I mentioned about the living labs. It will be on their farm. They will monitor and they will be part of the research, even if it's Western kind of equipment. That's what I want to highlight.
Yeah.
They are part of in their farm. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. To someone, Lottie.
Is on? Yes? You can hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So there are two questions that have come through online. Unfortunately, I can't see the names, so I don't know who's asked them, but I will... oh, no, hold on. Sokowin from Cambodia. There you go. So one is specifically for Asta, and then the other is more broadly for the rest of the panelists. So it says, thank you for your interesting presentation on agroforestry in Ethiopia. You have very well explained the many potential benefits to long-term sustainability and soil health. With these many benefits, why is there low uptake across Ethiopia? Is the short-term productivity lower than in monocultures? And if so, how can you overcome some short-term gain for long-term sustainability? The second question is, in any other countries, are there success stories where indigenous knowledge and value influence policy-making process, benefiting indigenous community as well as for sustainable management and use of biodiversity? Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for those two. Asta, you're the favourite at the moment. You're getting directed questions.
Okay.
But that's an interesting one, isn't it? The long-term benefits of
Yeah.
agroforestry. I'm sure you got some data on that.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, I mean, trees, they take longer time, depending on the species. So that's why we are stressing it's very important when you design agroforestry projects that they can get something 3 months, a year, 2 years, and also maybe 30 or maybe even 100 years for generation to come. So it's very to combine different species, diversity, and income. So agroforestry is not only about planting also the trees. It's about the interaction. So we are planting fruit trees, fodder trees, timber trees for timber, and vegetables. It's the interaction of all that system. So I can give you an example of avocado. Avocado, they plant it fruits in 7 years. So what we did, we are giving them improved variety that can fruit in 2-3 years. And these avocados also, they are big, the indigenous ones, really tall trees. It's difficult for women to harvest these trees. So they are really keen. And one of the projects that I was implemented in another region, first they were skeptical. They said, no, we cannot plant avocado this 7 years, it takes a long time. But we told them, these are new varieties. Yeah, let's experiment them. So in 2 years, they started flowering, fruiting. And the demand was so high. So they were contributing their own money and asked us, please give us seedlings. The demand was so high. So then that's why we are developing this rural resource center concept to develop quality germplasm, demand-driven, market-driven, biodiversity-driven, quality germplasm in large scale. So we just gave 6 seedlings per household because that's all what we cut the project with, was able to do. But what they wanted is more than that, So this is one of why agroforestry is not adopted widely. The other is about, of course, the main challenge in the north is open grazing system. You know, they plant it, and then because of the open grazing system, then it is destroyed. So it's changing the mindset of the people really takes time. It's not just planting trees, growing trees is easier than to change how they operate their land, how they manage their land. So that is how we focus. And we take farmers from the degraded area where areas where there is no agroforestry to green area, how food secure they are, how nutrition secure they are when they have diverse ecosystems in their house. More than 400 kilometers, we transfer farmers, model farmers, to see the importance of agroforestry. And they change. And especially when you have then the local leaders, the farmers themselves, if they see the benefit, it's easy to really scale up agroforestry. So that's why we are having this traditional agroforestry practice. Of course, they have their own challenges, they have threats, but also in the north, Tigray and Amhara, where they don't have really wide agroforestry practice, so that we cross-regional learning.
Yeah.
There are policy and there are many challenges, but I think I will give chance to other.
No, very good example. Thank you. Would anyone else like to come in on the second question? At all? Or Lottie, could you remind us what the second question was?
Yes, so it's around, are there success stories where Indigenous knowledge and value has influenced the policy-making process, bringing the benefits back to the Indigenous communities as well as benefits for
success stories on working with Indigenous communities on sustainable biodiversity management? Or are those to come through these projects?
Okay, do you want to go or I will?
Yeah. I'm processing. For us, participating in COP16 was really important because it was an opportunity to participate in the process of the building of the new biodiversity policy in Colombia. And this plan has a special chapter of indigenous peoples in Colombia. And this has a special chapter too on women indigenous people. So from the Grand Esqual community, we have some people participating in this process of building that plan, and it let us put some points on the table. For example, like you were saying about recognizing of the knowledge of women, for example, the nature of their work with the territory and the care of the biodiversity, and not just for being women. It's because we have a special connection with the land, the territory, the biodiversity. And this plan has a really special approach of women taking care of biodiversity and how the indigenous communities support this kind of activities. So that comes to my mind for the first time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, I sort of feel we could go on for another half an hour, but we are scheduled to break for lunch. And so I think for those of us who are in the room, let's keep the questions and the conversations going over lunch. There's one for me, I note that, thank you. But to our panel, can I give our many thanks to you for that very rich conversation and those wonderful presentations. I mean, some key takeaways from me. I heard that evidence gaps are still remaining across this nexus between amongst biodiversity, climate, and poverty, whether that's on equity considerations, the oceans and coastal ecosystems I spotted on one of the earlier slides, We heard a lot about agroforestry. I like that phrase, it's central to the 3 Rio Conventions, and I like that call for long-term action. And I think that applies across all of the activities that we've heard today. And 2 really important presentations about the central role of Indigenous communities, their knowledge systems, their worldviews in maintaining sustainable biodiversity management in 2 different parts of the world, but there's probably commonality across those 2 examples as well that we'll take away. So research and evidence, long-term thinking, and the central role of Indigenous communities. Thank you much to our 4 presenters for such a rich discussion and presentations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to what promises to be another fabulous panel. I've found this morning utterly fascinating, and I hope you'll find this afternoon's panel as fascinating as well. I want to introduce myself. I am not a grantee under the GCBC programme. I'm an independent consultant. I'm also a social scientist, but Kate, I think you and I think we can all, I think social scientists who work in this interdisciplinary space, we can call ourselves real social scientists. So I count myself as a real social scientist. So I trained as an agricultural economist, and I worked on interdisciplinary natural resource projects in the Natural Resources Institute in Chatham in Kent, and then in DFID, as was. And I've been a research manager, but I've also worked on the other side of the coin. So I worked in DEFRA for several years as a science policy consultant and as a sort of a management consultant. So I've looked at evidence use in the policy process from all sides. And I've been working on research uptake and evidence to policy issues for the past 20 years, both in the UK and in other countries. And last year, finally, after 8 years, I finished my PhD on evidence use, actually in DEFRA. So, thank you. Thank you. And I still can't call myself Dr. Shaxson. It's really odd. Anyway, what I want to do, just to preface, before we get into the presentations, I just want to give a quick recap of a couple of webinars that I gave for some current GCBC projects on how to think about research uptake, which is super important in the current climate for the programme to be able to demonstrate its utility as a whole. So as part of this, I want to just emphasise the importance of thinking systematically and seriously about research uptake and about how you show that, that the results of your research have been taken up and used as you go through the programme. So I'm going to leave you to read this for a while, but I think the point is that there are many different ways that evidence can be used in policy and practice. And all this is taken from the academic literature, from somebody called Carol Weiss, who started out in 1979 looking at the uptake of evaluation evidence. And I've arranged them alphabetically to make the point that they're in no particular order other than the one at the bottom, which is on misuse. Decision processes, whether that's inside government departments, whether it's inside multi-stakeholder collaborations, are complex, they're multi-layered, and they often involve multiple teams, multiple organizations with their own objectives, sometimes seemingly in conflict with one another. And because of this, we need an adaptive approach to strengthening research uptake and a flexible approach to strengthening research uptake. We can come back to any of these slides in the Q&A if you want to, although I would rather you focus on the projects that we're going to hear from. The other point I think that is really important is, and this is a very, 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 very simple model of the policy process, and I'm very conscious that there are some DEFRA people in here who are going to be itching as they look at this. But the point is the triangles. The point for me is your agency as researchers. There comes a time when as researchers you have to let go in the policy process. By the time specific policies and their associated implementation and financing plans are approved, it's unlikely that you're going to be in the room. And that's because it's simply not your role. You're not part of those, you can influence the funding discussions, but you're not part of the funding discussions. And so the important point is that as researchers, what you need to do is to work to ensure that your results enhance your partner's agency within that process. So you're giving them the ammunition that they need to use in the debates about policy, in the debates about financing, by enabling them to use evidence in all the different ways that I noted on the previous slide. And in fact, letting go of your agency has to be part of your research strategy. And I think we've seen a lot of that actually in the presentations this morning, where a lot of the research is about empowering others. So from the Gran Tesqual project to, well, basically all of the other projects, and you'll see more of that in the projects that we're going to talk about in this panel. So I think the point is, and there are opportunities, I should say, where it says often done jointly. So implementation and monitoring is often done jointly. So there are opportunities to share evidence with the people who are taking the decisions. But it is quite important that you do think about being able to let go of your agency because you've handed that agency and that evidence-informed agency over to others. So if you're working on scaling research results, on influencing county, local or national policies, on building research networks, on informing decision-making, on building partnerships at various levels, on setting up infrastructure to embed research findings. It's all about throughout influencing the whole network, letting your agency go into the whole of that network. It can be a slow process, but you do need to think about how you're going to do that from the outset of your project. So the next slide. I mean, you may all have your own approach to planning research uptake, but these four have worked very well for me over the past 15 or so years. And Elizabeth has asked me to write a guidance note on research uptake for GCBC, which builds on the webinars that I presented a few weeks ago, and then also builds on what is coming out of today. And the webinars, I think, where's Elizabeth? Are they available online?
I think it
then they'll be available on the in-house portal. So if you want to catch up on the webinars, if you can't get hold of them, email Elizabeth. So this looks fairly simple. It's actually fairly complex underneath. There are lots of things that you need to think about, but I think there are structured ways that can be made very flexible, made very adaptive to your particular project circumstance. Because I think if you do have a well-structured approach, and that allows you to collect robust evidence of the changes that have resulted from implementing your uptake strategy, you will be able to tell that compelling story. But the really important point is the bit in red. You have to resource it. And international evidence suggests that at a minimum, you should be putting 4% of your project budget into uptake. This is not communications. Communications is part of uptake, but thinking through your uptake strategy and activating your uptake strategy, you should be putting up to 10% of your total project budget into actually making sure that your research results are heard, they're heard in the right places, they're understood, and that you begin to hand over that agency for change to the people who you're trying to influence. It's about deeper relationship building work to increase the chance that the research is likely to be useful and used. And as I said at the beginning, in the current uncertain funding environment, evidence of impact is going to become increasingly important. So we're going to hear from 5 projects who've got specific experiences with research uptake. What's nice is this also covers 5 different ecosystems. So Liz is going to talk about the marine environment. Eurydice is going to talk about peatlands. James, who's online, is going to be talking about agroforestry, Fiona on freshwater, and Damien on forestry. So we're going to have slightly shorter presentations than we had in this morning's panel, but then there's going to be more time. I'm going to facilitate. I'm going to have specific questions for each of the panelists, and then we're going to facilitate a general discussion. And I should say that in the general discussion, if anybody in the room or anybody online is facing challenges with their research uptake, we'd be delighted to hear from them, and maybe we can crowdsource some useful suggestions. So, with that, I would like to introduce our first panellist, Professor Liz Cottier-Cook from the Scottish Association for Marine Science.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you to the organising team, to Di, to DEFRA, to Kew Gardens for inviting me along to speak to you today. It's a great delight. I lead the Global Seaweed Superstar project. You've already heard a little bit about it this morning in Kate's talk, so we are taking you into that marine environment. I also work in conjunction with the University of Malaya in Malaysia, the Natural History Museum in London, and also the United Nations Institute, it's a bit of a mouthful, Institute for Comparative Regional Integration Studies. And I'll come back to them in a minute because they've been absolutely key in helping us with our global policy briefs, but I'll mention those in a bit. And Louise sort of tasked me with this sort of influencing at a high level. But I must say that in our project, we're not just aiming for that. We are also working at very much the ground level, very much the local level. So we're covering it all. But I am just going today to talk to you about that influence at the highest sort of level possible in our minds anyway. So so the aim of our particular project was to develop a global strategy that protects and restores wild seaweeds while supporting livelihoods of the seaweed farmers and their communities. So can I just have a bit of audience participation? How many of you have used seaweed this morning or so far today? How many of you have used? Oh, okay, we're getting a bit better. Okay, Louise is not counting because she's been part of projects before. But interestingly, I hope you've all brushed your teeth this morning because most toothpaste contains something called carrageenan. And carrageenan comes from tropical red seaweeds. So if you look, there's many, many, many products that contain these pharmaceutical products, medical, but food as well. It's a thickening agent, so it's in a lot of products. So just pay attention to the ingredients labels, and you might be like, oh my gosh, there's seaweed in this. So on to the influencing at the highest level then, really. I just, because I've been through this before on a previous, it was a UKRI ODA funded project. So I've been probably working with ODA funded projects since 2017. But it was about, for me, my experience, it's about keeping the message simple when you're influencing at a high level. And this is as simple as you can get, really. For me, it's about just including the word seaweed or seaweeds in policy. So you all know, you'll see numerous conservation restoration policies, and they'll talk about coral reefs, seagrass beds, and mangroves. And I know there's people in the room that deal with seagrass and mangroves, so we're going to sort of interlope here, but I just want seaweeds now. That's all I want. I mean, people put in brackets, e.g., coral reefs, seagrass, mangroves, and seaweeds, please. That's all I'm after. Very simple. And I achieved that in the biosecurity sphere for seaweeds and seaweed aquaculture. I'd like to think I managed to achieve that in a previous project. So this now we're entering this conservation sphere to have that one word. And just thinking about those influencers, who we are aiming to influence. We heard a little bit about this. So the UN agencies, we've worked with the UN FAO, the UN Climate Group, the UN, those top UN agencies. And if we can find the key person, and we've been really fortunate to do that, just sort of key people that believe in you and believe in your message within these UN agencies, then you're already sort of halfway there. We're also, we've also been thinking about, okay, not just the UN, but what are those sort of major regional centres, and who is it within those regional centres that you can start to influence? And because our project's based in Southeast Asia, there are a number of centres there that we have now forged alliances with and collaborations. Also, regional level, and thinking at national level, are there fisheries agencies or the conservation agencies within each of your partner organisations? And with Superstar, we work really closely and have with a number of years with the Department of Fisheries, Sabah, who have been incredibly supportive. And we work with the director there, and we publish a lot with him. You know, it's not just, he's not just someone in a meeting room that we meet with on a monthly basis. We publish with him as well. And other institutes, so the United Nations University, so they're one of our core partners. They have a reach globally, and you think of all their students and all the work that they do, we work very closely with them. And also the UN Global Compact, I don't know whether, maybe I hadn't heard of them before, but they are instrumental in helping run the Global Seaweed Coalition, which represents around 3,000 members all across the world as well. So we're sort of building up a picture, if I sort of want to just get that over to you, that we also work with the industry and then with other academics. So it's building up a picture of just thinking through who are the global actors, who are the global influencers in your sphere, and can you find the people within those organizations that can help you spread your message, really. So in terms of those are the sort of thinking about influencers, but then approaches. So one of the key things that we believed we needed to do was at the ocean breakthrough, so at the United Nations level, the 2030 strategy agenda, there are these ocean breakthroughs. And under marine conservation, you can see there's already a mangrove breakthrough and a coral reef breakthrough. The seagrass breakthrough is being developed and should be launched later, I think, Sophie, this year and next year. But it was like, right, we need a seaweed breakthrough. So this is what we're doing at the moment. So we've done a big report, we've got our targets, we've got our guiding principles that we will then be looking at doing a sort of soft launch with at the United Nations Ocean Conference that is happening this year in France. So we're going to have a side event there, and we're going to be working with policy influencers while we're there. So again, so that's a really core approach that we're using as part of our project. We're also continuing to work with the agencies, continuing to go to those big conferences. So we've got the conference, the Ocean Conference this year, and then the Climate COP next year. We're working on, there's a big United Nations World Ocean Assessment taking place. It's the third component, third part of that. It's a bit like the climate change, the International Panel for Climate Change. They produce their reports. So this is the equivalent for the ocean. And we now have a subchapter in that, which is dedicated to seaweeds. So it's all about building up that picture and the evidence base. We're presenting at international seaweed conferences. And one thing that I got from Louise, through the many years of working together, it's like a policy brief. So this is where we bring all of our research together. We work together. The first policy brief I produced, I think, was with 30 individuals, 30 experts around the world, where we put together what is the challenge, what is it we need to do, what's the evidence, and what are our key recommendations. And those policy briefs have been really, really instrumental when we've been working with policymakers. They're 4 or 5 pages long. They're not a lengthy, but it's something now that we include in all of our research projects. And it's when you're talking to the financial sector or when you're talking to different stakeholders, you give a presentation and then you say, here's a link to the policy brief, and it just gives them enough information. It's not like a science paper. It's written differently, but they can connect with that. So I really, and then of course we've got our papers as well to support all of that. So that's just a little bit from me, and I'll come back up later to answer any questions. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Liz. And yeah, it's been great to be involved in the iteration of that project. So I'd like to introduce the second speaker, Eurydice Honorio, research leader at Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and you'd like to come up and introduce your project. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. It's really nice to see the diverse of projects that are being funded by GCBC. Today, I would like to share my experience working with technical working groups in Peru, in South America. This is not a GCBC part of my project. I'm not introducing my project yet, but on the last day, I will be talking about my project. It was funded by NERC. This is a NERC Knowledge Exchange Fellowship, where I was working with peatland resilience, knowledge exchange for the conservation and sustainable management of forested tropical peatlands. This was a policy-driven project. So the aim was to use a unique network of partnerships that I developed during my research career. And the aim was to really translate the scientific knowledge that we have generated during more than a decade of tropical peatlands into policies and strategies to conserve and manage these ecosystems. So peatlands, for those that might not have heard that word before, are wetland ecosystems that store large amounts of carbon below ground. So the conservation and sustainable management are essential for mitigating climate change, but also in supporting the livelihoods of the people, local and indigenous people who rely on peatland resources. So within this project, I managed to participate in this peatland technical working group. What we achieved is shown in this slide as a summary. It was an important achievement for me personally, because after so many years working on peatland, developing the research on peatlands, is that my government, I come from Peru, managed to introduce this concept into the policies to be able to conserve these ecosystems. So between July 2021 and December 2024, sometimes we think about influencing policy in a few months or weeks. This took a long time. And I will explain how we did it, no? But this peatland technical working group, in which I was participating, play a key role in developing a science-based policy that defines the priority actions for reducing greenhouse gas emissions through peatland conservation and sustainable management. And this was included in the NDC, the National Determined Contributions for Peru. So in this slide, you can see a representative of the Ministry of Environment presenting this policy in COP27 in Egypt. So among the different actions that were included, based on the scientific knowledge that we generated, were actions related to conservation of areas, but not just at the national level, but this is more at the local, through local governments. Also, we promote this policy will promote a sustainable management of non-timber forest products. No, so here we try to exclude a bit the timber production because building roads in peatlands kind of damage the hydrology that these ecosystems rely on to be able to build, to maintain these carbon stocks. Also, peatlands, as I mentioned before, are wetlands, so there are a lot of lakes in these areas, and people rely on fishing. So an action was also trying to promote fisheries management programs, and something that was kind of at the beginning quite a challenge to introduce as an action, but it was written in the document and in the policy. It was the recognition of the knowledge and practices and values on indigenous territories. So that was a big achievement for us. So to achieve this, I participated in this technical working group, and this was established by the Ministry of Environment in Peru. And I was serving as a boundary under a boundary spanning role. This is a very strange term because the translation doesn't sound very, very nice. But what it really means is that it refers to institutions or individuals like me, who cross organizational borders to exchange knowledge. So in my case, I was a researcher at the time based at the Peruvian Amazon Research Institute, the first logo that you see on the left, the orange logo. Through 15 years, we were developing the research on peatlands. So it sounds quite a long time, but this was an interesting process for us, because while we were leading this research, we managed to strengthen capacities, local capacities, also develop collaborations with national and international institutions and organizations, as you see several logos here, and also encourage collaboration quite a lot. I think through my leadership and also my line manager, Denise Del Castillo, we were convinced that to be able to study these places, because they are very hard places to work, we needed to collaborate and bring more people into the field. In this methodological framework, this phase, the first phase, is called the stage of building trust. And we build trust among different stakeholders, from academia, policy-making organizations like Protected Areas National Service, the Ministry of Environment, and UN program that was also getting involved and interested in peatlands in Peru, and several other institutions that were also leading peatland research in this area. In 2014, the Ministry of Environment hosted the COP in Lima, in the capital city of Peru. They had for the first time the research that we were doing on peatlands, so it was quite a lot of interest because it could have a lot of carbon, so they say, oh, climate change mitigation, great strategy, but there were no political, I would say, willingness to really work on this. It took a few more years to be able to reach this point. So in July 2021, we were invited to present our research there at the Ministry of Environment. And among different research leading institutions, we were chosen for providing the scientific knowledge about peatlands in Peru. And this was interesting because at the time I have moved to the UK and I was looking for a job, so I didn't know what to do here in the UK with all my knowledge that I had about peatlands. So I found out this fellowship and I applied to NERC. And they funded this project, and they paid my time to be able to engage in policy. And so we identified through this meeting a little policy window that we would contribute to this, to the aims as well. So during several years, we worked with this technical group and managed to achieve what we wanted. So this, what I wanted to also mention about the methodology that I got engaged, it was to analyzing the data, also translating this information in more available that can be translated to so that different stakeholders were involved on these tables could use the information. And also, we developed tools to be able to include emissions into these reports. Also, I apply different key skills, such as active listening and engaging with key partners in the technical working groups, developing conservation messages, and also building strong new alliances. And you may wonder, why did I do this? So these skills were really essential for addressing challenges within the technical working group. As you may expect, like when we are sitting in these tables, every institution wanted to bring their own position and their own message. So what I thought that to be able to convince the Ministry of Environment to go forward, it was we needed to unify our voices and that we all have this similar message. We want to conserve the peatlands for future generations. So with my new GCBC grant, we will be able to follow up and assess the success of this policy engagement and also create new opportunities to contribute to new ones. So thank you very much for your attention.
That's great. Thank you very much, Eurydice. I think you can see just the breadth of, you can begin to see the breadth of activities that need to happen if you're thinking seriously about research uptake. So now we're going to go online. James, I can see you. I can see you. Hi, James. So James Mutunga Joshua, who's a local action manager at Nature Kenya. James, maybe you could introduce yourself a bit better than I have just done and introduce your project, and then we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Louise. Hoping you can hear me clearly. And thank you for that introduction. My name is James Mutunga Joshua, like you have mentioned. And thank you, GCBC team, for inviting me and Nature Kenya for this presentation. I want to start by stating that our project is really communal. So I'm presenting on behalf of all these stakeholders listed there. The location of our project is Cherangani Hills, which is a key biodiversity area, one of Kenya's water towers located in the Rift Valley. It is a key food basket for Kenya, and the indigenous peoples and local communities in that landscape are very highly dependent on the forest resources for their livelihoods and survival. The aim of this project was to promote positive long-term impacts for biodiversity, poverty alleviation, and resilience of the Cherangani forest ecosystem. And to achieve this aim, research was very key for development of solutions that can be applied by government, both national and at sub-national level, the local communities, and other actors in the landscape to promote sustainable development and adaptation and mitigation actions. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is to indicate that indigenous communities and the local communities indigenous peoples and local communities in Cherangani landscape are at the center of this research. They are the beneficiaries. They are dependent on this forest. They are the custodians, and most important, they are important knowledge holders. And again, to mention that the resources, the natural resources in this landscape are a pillar of economic development. Benefits accrue to everyone, both locally, nationally, and globally. But 90% of the cost of maintaining this ecosystem is borne by the people that live in the immediate neighborhood, who are the local communities. Therefore, the need for a systemic change which catalyzes policy and decision-making to inform sustainable development, adaptation, and mitigation, overall promoting resilience of the ecosystem and people. Next slide. So, and I think this is the most important slide for this presentation. This research project is implemented in 5 work packages. And one of those is the ecosystem services assessment, which sets out to provide estimates of the value of all goods and services that are drawn from the ecosystem. And the second one is the restoration opportunity assessment methodology, ROM, which will provide, will map all areas that are degraded in the state forests and also in the buffer zone, and also provide estimates of the cost that is required to restore these degraded areas. Then we have the Cherangani Forest Restoration Business Case, which will utilize evidence provided by the Ecosystem Service Assessment and the ROM to package a justification as to why government, local investors, and also the local communities should plow back the benefits that they draw from this ecosystem into its restoration. The other work package is ecosystem-based adaptation strategy and action plan, and this will provide guidance on mechanisms and frameworks that can be adopted to promote adaptation and mitigation practices, which enhance the resilience of livelihoods locally and also the resilience of the ecosystem. Then we have the participatory forest management planning, which we refer to as PFMPs. These plans will work towards creating the partnership between government, that is Kenya Forest Service, and the local communities in terms of joint agreement on how to manage and govern forest resources in Cherangani landscape. And all these work packages are implemented by partners, academia, we have Kenyatta University, and key government agencies in the forestry and environment sector in Kenya, who are best placed in the pathway of policy formulation and decision making, which is important for mainstreaming the results of this research. And just for your note, the partnership is the mainstay of this project, and we consider it our success. I think for now, that is what I will say. I will participate more in answering any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. And sorry, if I sneeze, I will try and protect it from protect the online audience from that. So a completely different, three very, very different sets of projects. But I think you can again see the wealth of approaches that are being taken. And James, just to let you know, I will have a particular, I will have a question for you on how you develop the business case, because I think that's absolutely fascinating. I'd like now to move to Fiona, who's going to talk about influencing at all levels simultaneously.
Thank you very much, Louise. Yes, I'm Fiona Noonan. I'm a Professor of Environment and Development at the University of Birmingham. And I'm working with partner organisations, mainly in Uganda and Malawi, where the project is based. But we also have a partner in South Africa as well. So the project then, building adaptive fisheries governance capacity in Malawi and Uganda is concerned with developing a governance approach, or at least investigating how we can build capacity for this adaptive fisheries governance approach that is more responsive to change, is more able to cope with climate change, is more focused on how you recognise different forms of knowledge, how you collect, share and use information, etc. So it's really a bit about bringing climate change, biodiversity protection and fisheries management together, and of course remembering poverty alleviation and improving livelihoods too. So the aim of the project then is to strengthen adaptive governance capacity of inland fisheries. These are both landlocked countries with very substantial inland fisheries, with the Great Lakes containing some of the Great Lakes of Africa, to deliver positive impacts on biodiversity, poverty alleviation and improved ecosystem resilience. Now, I've divided these slides then into the two questions I was given. So as Louise said, I was asked to think about, reflect upon how we're trying to influence policy and change at all levels, so national, mainly national, subnational and local. And we're doing that through then, firstly, thinking about who do we need to engage with. So we were asked, how do you work out where to start? So I thought that it would be useful to think about, well, who are we engaging with? And of course, given that we are concerned with fisheries governance, we're working very closely at the national level with the departments of fisheries. And that's really important that we start with them, that we recognise their role that they have in leading on fisheries management and governance in the two countries. And there are also some non-governmental organisations at the national level. At the district level, we're mainly working with the district fisheries officers, but also with politicians, other officers at the district level, because it is we are trying to develop a more integrated approach, bringing sort of natural resource, other natural resource officers, forest officers, etc., together with fisheries. And at the community level as well, we've involved a sample of communities. Obviously, we're sort of limited in the time and resources we have, but we have representative communities from a number of lakes in both countries involved in the research project from the very start. And obviously, it's really important that we get their voices, their input, both men and women from different occupations and from different lakes. We have, to some extent, engaged more regionally as well, but we'll do that more as we digest our findings a bit more and have more to share. So how do we work out where to start then? Well, as I've noted already, that we have to start really at the national level, because even to reach the subnational level, we have to go through the fisheries departments. We have to respect protocol and use our contacts and our reputation as well. And of course, that was really important from the outset to develop the proposal together. We consulted the fisheries departments on our ideas. We already had established links with them. And so it was really important that we had their support and that the project made sense for them as well. So not just sort of academically. And we have quarterly meetings, online meetings with the fisheries departments in the two countries, trying to sort of build connections between the countries, share lessons, share experiences, and make sure that we are aware of what else is going on, how the project fits with their other priorities and agendas and activities. And what has been really important as well, that there are good working relationships between the government and the fishing communities, because otherwise things could be quite difficult. So in terms of the second question that was put to me is, what approaches have we found to be most effective and what successes can we claim? It is quite early days. This project started in November 2023. Took a little bit time to get off the ground, but we are full steam ahead now. But as I've sort of already alluded to, what has been really important is having already very well established working relationships with the fisheries departments, with NGOs. And that was partly the partners that I'm working with in Uganda and Malawi, their relationship, you know, the National Fisheries Research Institute in Uganda, for example, obviously works very closely with the Department of Fisheries. They are both government departments. But I'd also worked in Uganda in fisheries for 5 years, almost about 20 years ago, admittedly, but still I'm sort of well known over there, and I've got good connections, and I've done had a number of research projects over there over time. So having well-established relationships has really helped us move fast. I think without those established relationships, there's trust and really an understanding the situation, the context, has really made a huge difference, enabled us to move a lot faster than I think we would have otherwise. And secondly, taking a co-production approach to research has really been important if we want to have influence at multiple levels. And by co-production, I mean really trying to sort of work out what research priorities are, how we're going to do the research, and involving communities, government in every stage of the research process. So we've done that by having a workshop initially about the design of the research, what the priorities are, how we're going to do it, and involving some of the stakeholders actually in the collection and analysis of data. And that's, so I say, that's very much through these multi-stakeholder workshops. And then I think what's also been important, as I say, is really understanding the context, the priorities, and how this research fits into those, what's going on. So we're very much sort of being aware of what the governance situation is, how the ideas that we're bringing from this research fits in to the challenges that they face, and how it could sort of really try to develop this more integrated and sustainable approach. So far, I would say it's sort of fairly early on still, but we've certainly created a lot of interest in adaptive fisheries governance. There seems to be good understanding, buy-in, interest in the approach. Bringing the different stakeholders together has been very much appreciated. It gives them an opportunity to really share ideas and experiences and have a better understanding of what the challenges are. So we've really established this platform then of stakeholder groups with a shared vision of adaptive fisheries governance, and have already identified several practical ways that adaptive fisheries governance could be adopted in a kind of incremental approach, and that will be feeding in to the development of plans and guidelines as we progress over the next year or so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Fiona. We're now going to move into the final presentation in this session from Damien. Where's Damien? Which is about building research networks. So one of the questions that we had was, how can we define what a good research network looks like? What should it be aiming to achieve? And what approaches do you find most effective in strengthening research networks, and what successes can you claim? Damien, over to you.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself first.
Okay, thank you very much. It's already a good afternoon, I think. Good afternoon. My name is Damian James, coming from Tanzania, and I work with a farm organization in Arusha region as a program officer. We also work under the Nurture the Nurture program, which is also under GCBC, and we also collaborate with other organizations that are not maybe here, including IIED. So we have our program also do some studies and research, and also connecting all we understood in different studies, how we cannot really use them for the to convince duty bearers in decision making. So I will be talking on how we organize the research networks, and how these research networks is really helping basically small-scale farmers on agroecological intervention or agrobiodiversity. So our aim in this specific work of organizing or building the research network is to make sure that, okay, we put our efforts together to address challenges that are really facing small-scale farmers in different intervention on agroecological intervention and biodiversity. This includes also issues of the climate change and agrobiodiversity, while we are also building capacity of farmers, researchers, and also policy duty bearers. So in this case, we come together in different setups, including the innovation platforms that is actually built during the program implementation, and we digest issues based on the research we did together with the research networks, and come up with the solutions that they can really help farmers, or also help duty bearers to really decide based on the research results. So in these interventions, we involve different stakeholders, including farmers themselves, researchers, as well as traders who are also consumers of the products, and duty bearers. As we said, duty bearers are the policy makers, people who are deciding what to be done in the government, and this makes them also decide while they have information. So we are organizing the research networks in a different way. As a farmer organization, we have farmer researchers. The farmer researchers they are doing different interventions based on their activities, daily activities. So they test the different technologies. For example, in agroecology, they maybe test how mixed cropping is working, how maybe crop rotation in a way is working, and then they replicate this information to the other farmers. So the researchers normally have also to get a backup from the researchers, and normally we're using the Agricultural Research Institute, TARI, to at least support them technically. And normally we also interchange with the university researchers, and here where we are also getting the higher level research institutions contributing to the farmers' research. So in this case, where we get together is on the research innovation platform, where all researchers from universities, from research institutions, farmers, and sometimes even the duty bearers are also involved and meet together, discuss issues that were maybe identified by the farmers, by the research institutions, and also by the university, and see if the solutions are really aligning. And if there are issues, they have really to organize and discuss the issues. So, and where we agreed so that these issues can be taken is where now we go and advocate for some of the issues. We want to take some really practical issues and present it to the politicians, or to the parliament, or to the duty bearers for the practical suggestions. And here we normally meet with the different duty bearers, like Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of maybe Environment, because this is also related. And we can already see in a meeting like this picture here, the Minister of Agriculture, we were talking to him before he was actually going to the Parliament, that, okay, we already meet with the Agricultural Committee, but then we want also to insist that it's important these issues are also taken off. I will give some examples of how we work, and this is very important because we, as farmer organization, with farmers who are researchers, and then with collaboration with institutions that are really working together, We do study, for example, the study was a study on the farm-led seed management system. This is farmer-managed seed system. How this can really drive agrobiodiversity and really make sure that, okay, the varieties of the local seeds are enhancing biodiversity. So we do research. For example, farmers, they have also to ask, I mean, we are asking ourselves, are the farmers using farmer-managed seed system? Or we are just talking? Then we already saw and result that 80% of the farmers in Arusha region, they're using the farmer-managed seed system. And we are checking, are these really with resistant to pest, diseases, and drought? If yes, then normally yes, depends with the varieties. And then we also see how the seed distribution is and how also it's marketable. We also go to the law. Is the law doing what? Then we share all this information, and farmers are discussing with the researchers in innovation platform, and we are sharing also solutions with the researchers and coming up with the actions and also drafting the policy papers, the policy brief. And this is also reported to the policymakers, where we meet together with the parliamentary and then discuss issues, and then after submission, we followed up. So for the results for this program, we already saw, I mean, the research network is working, is functioning. There is a complementarity, and we see the government is also instructing TARI to do research, because they are seeing there is also importance to do research on farmer-managed seed system. And the better thing and very important thing is that the government was also increasing the budget for the research by 1%. And lastly, we see they already put 432 billion shillings on the gene bank. That is very important for the program. So another study was also adoption of agroecology. You see 60 farmer researchers were involved, six researchers from Research Institute, Mandela University was there, SUA was there, and more than 360 farmers were also involved. And we see adoption rates was also increasing. As you see, farmers are also working on agroecological activities and interventions. But most importantly, the government is now seeing the importance of agroecology and agreed to co-build the National Organic and Agroecological Strategy, and that was actually launched last year. So this is one of the success of the programs we are seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wow, 432 billion shillings invested in a seed bank. That's not bad. I'd like to invite all the panelists now to come up. With your microphones. Have a seat, and fantastic. And we have James back online. Maybe I'll sit here. So I just wanted to, I mean, you've heard a very, there's a wealth of experience and information about research uptake in all of those presentations, and I hope that's given you a real idea of the range and the variety of approaches to research uptake and the types of projects that people have been working on. But James, I'd like to come to you first. Because there's a panel on financing later this afternoon. And so I'm really interested to know, how did you develop the business case? And what were some of the challenges that you encountered or are encountering as you work towards it? Could you expand a little bit on the business case?
Thank you for that question, Louise. I would want to state clearly that the forest restoration business case is work under progress. For us to create a business case, we are dependent on the information evidence generated through ecosystem service assessment. and the restoration opportunity assessment methodology. And we will also carry out studies on water dependencies downstream, so that we use all that information to compile the business case. The ecosystem service assessment and the ROM are, in fact, the validation took place only last week, so we are hoping to start now working on the business case in the coming weeks.
Great, thank you very much. And I hope you'll keep us all updated on how that goes.
Certainly, yes.
While people are thinking about their own research questions, I'll carry on asking questions of the panel. Liz, you had a very simple message to get seaweed incorporated into key organizational strategies and policy documents. But did you find that that very single-minded focus helped to unlock other wider conversations as well?
Ooh, good question. Yeah, I definitely feel that keeping the message very simple, yes, because then it, as you say, it opens up that discussion. If I may give an example from a previous project, it was funded by UKRI under the Global Challenges Research Fund, and it was about seaweed biosecurity because vast swathes of seaweed farmers lost each year due to pest and disease outbreaks. So we thought biosecurity was really important. And just getting seaweed, and I should say at FAO level, the United Nations FAO level, they were very concerned about finfish and about shrimp, the disease there within the industry. But they hadn't considered biosecurity to do with seaweeds, and yet seaweeds is second only in terms of production volume to finfish. So it was a major thing that they had sort of missed, really. But one of the wonderful women who led the aquaculture team in FAO, she realised this and sort of got me on board in one of their technical groups. So just then being part of that process of developing new policies at that level, introducing the term aquatic plants, and seaweeds was in there, not only opened up the discussion about including seaweeds, plants in their documents, but also got us invited to other much wider. We ended up going to the FAO, it's the Committee of Fisheries Subcommittee on Aquaculture. We ended up being invited there to give a side event to do with the importance of conserving and the biosecurity around seaweed. So we were then invited to talk in front of all the UN members at their main committee meeting, and as a consequence of that, went on to have much wider discussions about the importance of seaweeds in other conversations. And it's that ripple effect. So starting from a very, very simple message, just including one word in a policy document, it's quite incredible to see how that ripple effect has increased, the awareness of conservation at that highest level. Awareness of seaweed, at that highest level.
Yeah, fantastic. So I think that's certainly something for your communications colleagues not to worry about so much. That are really a simple message can have much wider ramifications. But you talked about participating in working groups, and Eurydice, I wanted to ask you. You talked about active listening in your presentation in the technical working groups. Could you expand on that a bit more? What does active listening mean when you're in the working group meetings? And is that a way that you build trust?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, it's a bit of a methodological strength that I gained through participating in these meetings. And there I realized that most of my colleagues as researchers, that we wanted to have a voice and be listened. So we scare really the Ministry of Environment representatives with all our terms and technologies that we use. And very quickly I realized that they started to be in silence. And I was scared that maybe they will change the topic of discussion or just focus on a different policy. So I started practicing listening to them first and saying, please, could you just listen to what they want? And then I gathering details of how what kind of information they wanted, they needed, and the worries, what they were the concerns. And it fed me quite a lot on how to focus my research as well and how to present the results to them. And I think that was how I succeeded on they choosing my research group to provide the information and not others, just because of being there, listening what they wanted. I think it was just a trying and first failing, because I was one of those who wanted to be listened as well. But then I realized very quickly that wouldn't give me to the end, so take me to the end. So yeah, I changed my strategy. Yeah, it's just
fantastic, and it worked.
It worked really well. Yes, yes. And they even I was approached by them in private to ask questions about the other researchers, but I then realized that they were not understanding what we were talking about. And yeah, and it's scary when you are trying to influence policy, that you are not being understood. So what are you expecting? You just complain, saying they don't know anything. But it's not that they don't know, that we are not expressing our ideas at the level that they need to be able to say, no, this is a priority topic for us, for the government.
Yeah, and also understanding their questions.
Understanding, yes, because you sometimes need to go a level down, like, come on, go a step down. You need to explain, it's like I said, no, peatlands, we were peatland, but they were kind of, so is peatland within the wetland strategy? Where do we put peatlands on? I'm like, yeah, it's a wetland. Yeah, so you need to go a step backwards. Yeah. You don't just go in technical terms and, yeah.
Liz, is that something that you found as well?
Yeah, yes, you have to.
Just because you're nodding a lot.
No, very much. You have to sit and listen to what they and it's again it's working with partnerships as well. It's building you talked a lot about trust. I think Fiona mentioned as well that you'd already worked with your partners for a number of years. It's about establishing that trust, listening to what they have to say, and then taking that on board and then finding a common language. I think you taught me about this, Louise, as well, but finding that common language in which you can then move forward and then slowly maybe introduce some of the technical terminology, but sometimes you don't need to introduce that. You just keep it as simple as you can.
Yeah.
Not dumbing it down, but just keep it as simple and as straightforward as
Bring in the technical stuff when you need to.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you need to.
If you need to. So Fiona, so we've talked about trust, we've talked about being in the right place at the right time and talked about active listening. But I wanted to ask you about, if you're working at all levels, what do you actually mean by policy? What do you interpret policy to mean? Because if we're thinking about government policy, that gets revised very rarely. And so what are some of the other opportunities and mechanisms for influencing that you found to be helpful?
I think the approach that we're taking then is that ultimately we want to develop some sort of plans and guidelines. And I think for the adoption of adaptive fisheries governance. But I think what we'll do is sort of break those down really into some sort of more practical guidance that could be taken up now. I suppose an obvious example is where there's a great need is for better information sharing, including from research, because still research very often doesn't reach the Department of Fisheries. It certainly doesn't reach the fisheries officers or the community. So I think even things like better information sharing, really sort of operationalising some of the commitments already there in policy, but not really happening, like around better integration between natural resource sectors. So I think it's about trying to understand. I think the project, fortunately, is going in the direction that the departments want to go in, but it's maybe about more operationalising that. So I think it's really being aware of the policy environment and looking for opportunities to make things fit, really, rather than necessarily thinking we're going to come up with a brand new policy and change everything. But,
and of course, operationalising what is already there is one of the ways of demonstrating the utility of your research.
Yes, absolutely.
Which comes back to what Eurydice was saying about, understand what their questions are, which is how can we make this work? And if you can then prove that it, or contribute to making it work, then that can be a way of demonstrating the validity and the utility of your research.
Absolutely, hopefully.
Yeah. No, of course you can.
No, it will do, definitely. Yeah.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
But here's the big question I'm going to ask you, Damien, and I'm sorry I didn't prep you in advance for this. And then, James, I'm going to come to you as well with the same question. So managing all of this takes a huge amount of time. And what are some of the key, I mean, if you've been managing a research network, you're managing an innovation platform, I mean, obviously not you on your own, but, within your research network. What are some of the key things you think people need to consider as they set up research networks and platforms so as to have maximum impact? What are some of the things that you need to put into your project document? What are some of the things that you need to constantly hold in your mind?
Okay, thank you very much. There are things that you have really to consider, and one of the very important thing is the common goal. Every researchers, are they really believing? For example, in our case, there are some researchers don't believe on agroecology, but then here we have really to check who is really on this. And some of them, they maybe think farming is normal farming that is actually not related to the environmental issues. So we want guys who are also thinking of, or also believing on agrobiodiversity. And in this case, it's easy. And another thing that is very important is that is also if some institutions are also believing on sustainability, and this is very important. And another consideration is that are they also believing on teamwork? Because some of the organization wants really to show up, okay, they can do themselves. But if you don't believe in teamwork, you cannot. And another thing that is very important to have a strong farmer organization, because all these are taken to the interest of the farmers, who are everyday producers of the food, and also working on the fields, and they are also ones who are really getting the impact of the climate change. So in this case, we have also to make sure that farmers, they also, and farmer organization also understand that, but farmers themselves also understand the situation. So these are the key things that in the research network is there. And another thing is the way we can organize the coordination. If you don't have a very good coordination, this means the sustainability of research networks and also innovation platforms are not really visible. But if we coordinate, okay, the farmer organization is responsible maybe for organization. Researchers, they may be responsible to support their researchers to come on the platforms. And everyone should really have the task, and that task should be really taken together. So this
Fantastic.
Yeah.
3 really, really strong lessons there. James, would you share those lessons? Just in terms of how you make sure that all of this happens as you try and set up these networks.
Thank you, Louise, for that opportunity. I think I finished my presentation by mentioning that our success is embedded on the partnership that we are working in. This partnership did not come up only during the start of this GCBC project. It is partnership that has been built to lead into long-lasting trust, which is founded on consistent engagement of these partners, the academia, Kenyatta University, the KFS, and other government agencies, national museums, and also involving local communities. Nature Kenya has many years, more than 30 years of working closely with communities. In fact, we have communities, 30 community groups, we call them site support groups, in 26 key biodiversity areas. We build their capacity to be able to carry out some of these activities even without supervision, and also being able to collaborate with government in the perspective of enabling them, building their capacity, the people that we engage with, so that we can be able to transfer resources like money to them for components that they are carrying out. They carry out the components, the activities themselves, and they account to nature.
Oh no. Oh, James, I think you've gone. Let's hopefully hope we can get James back. James, are you there? Sorry, you disappeared for a little bit.
Sorry, I'm there.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can now. Thank you.
Yes, I was talking about the building and enabling capacity of the partners, the government departments that we work with, so that we have a dependable system where we can be able to transfer resources to them, they deliver these activities, and we help them to achieve their mandate. So we solidify this partnership, and that has worked for us for many years, different projects, and we think it is the best thing for us. It works for us. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very interesting indeed. I would like now to throw the floor open. Do you throw the floor open? Sorry, apologies. I'm not 100% today. Oh, actually, no. There was one thing while James was talking. I was remembering that when Liz and I were developing a project proposal, that original project proposal, I do remember thinking, I think we really need to just put 10% more than what we think we're going to need for project management and coordination. So I think as a general rule, there are lots of nods going on in the room. 15%? Yeah? 20? Yes. So whatever you think you're going to need for project management and coordination, and I think Damien's 3 lessons, checking everyone shares the same understanding about key concepts and activities, checking that everyone shares the same understanding of the approaches that you're going to take. It takes time, and time is money. And so whatever you think you're going to need for project management and coordination, yeah, I'm hearing 15 or even 20%, just increase it. But if you don't have that, you're not going to get a well-coordinated project. And without a well-coordinated project, you've got less likelihood that you're going to actually make a difference in the world. So it's always a balance between doing the research and doing all the other stuff that needs to happen to make the research useful and used. Let's go to the floor. We've got one question there. Have we got nothing online yet? So yes, please. Can you introduce yourself and then and ask your question? And the mic is coming.
Thank you. I'm Joyce from Brazil. I work for a Brazilian institution, the Brazilian Amazon. Thank you very much for the presentations, very inspiring, important topics. Something that it occurs to me, and it was clear in your presentations, was that building trust is very important, like it's crucial in the process. Also sharing values, so this is also takes time to get there. And we are moving from translating science more to co-production science. It's also, all of this takes time. And this time is really difficult when we consider the time frame of the funding. So I would love to hear your thoughts on this, how to deal with all these challenges to a kind of science that is really useful and co-produced with the stakeholders. Thank you.
Wow, that's a big question. Who would like to take that? Damien.
Yeah. You know, we as maybe as a farmer organization, we have maybe different partners we are working with, and the activities should really align with our objectives and all related intervention. But then because we know the programs are maybe limited in number of 3 years, 2 years, but we have really to make sure that, okay, as an organization, we have a good relation maybe with government, because even government, if you don't really do your advocacy in a way they can listen is another problem. But this is like lifetime. Working closely with research institution, you make trust with the research institution, and working with other NGOs and different actors who we work together with program or without program. And this makes farm organization more stronger, even if the programs goes. And the important thing here is good relationship with donors, yes, but then good relation with different actors around the organization and around different platforms where organization is.
Thank you, Damien. Liz.
Thank you for your question. Just to go back to that trust, and as you say, it takes time to build that up. And if I think back now, we're probably going back to 2013, over 12 years that I've been working with various organizations and partnerships within the seaweed realm and we were really fortunate because at the time the UK government had, through its Natural Environmental Research Council, it had an international overseas fund. And it was just smaller amounts of money, but it enabled us to run workshops, 2 or 3 workshops, I think, in the UK, and bring people in. So that's sort of where we got to know them. And then from there, we then, and know them in person, not just virtually. So we actually got to speak to them in person, develop those early sort of relationships. And it's from that meeting that we're now working with the partners that we're working with. So yeah, it does take time. And I suppose it's coming to meetings like this. It's going to conferences in person, and then just finding those smaller pots of money. And maybe I shouldn't, but I mean, there is another pot of money at the moment through, there's the GCBC, but there's also, it's called oceangrants.org, and they've got small community grants, they've got partnership grants. There's a number of different funding avenues at the moment. The UK government it's amazing, really, the money that is available, as far as we can tell. But to get involved with some of those, to develop new partnerships, if that's what you want to do. But if you can work with existing partnerships, that's always.
I think another important point is start thinking about this as soon as you start the project. Don't wait until the research is complete and then think, now how am I going to get this package taken up? And I think what we've heard from all of the panelists is that research uptake can have an impact throughout. And that's part of what I'm going to be writing in the guidance, is about how you can assess this and how you can work with it and how you can begin to plan it. So I think the lessons are build the relationships from the start, get involved in the technical working groups. Fiona was talking about being involved at all levels. I was hearing from James there's an iterative approach to the products that you produce, and thinking creatively the whole way along the research cycle as to how you can have impact at different, with different aspects of your research at different stages, even if the first thing that you're doing is just clarifying what the questions are. Because then you can work out, okay, maybe we haven't, the research hasn't been finished, but once it has been finished, we know how to present it such that it asks that question, rather than saying we're doing the research now, what question can we address with the research? Just get familiar with the policy environment. Anybody? Eurydice, and then back to Damien.
Yes, I wanted to add in terms of co-production, because I had also the opportunity to write one of the data that we collected in the field with the different stakeholders that got involved. And by doing this, I needed to acknowledge as well that the contributions that we expect from the different stakeholders, especially those that are not research-based, that the contribution won't be on the data analysis maybe, but yes, on the ideas. Possibly you were driving your questions in a different way because of talking to them, because you were engaging with the community, so they got involved on how you reshape your questions original research questions. So we need to change our mind of just scientific papers being said that you will be a co-author if you just collect the data, you analyze the data, you wrote the paper. Maybe now in co-production, we need to say either we're also involved on the ideas, how you shape the questions, how you end up interpreting the results. So there are other contributions that these other actors have to contribute in science.
Thank you very much. I wanted just to add on the approaches of actual implementation of different programs with different partners. This is a synergy where we put maybe 2 or 3 programs, but synergetically, where we meet and make sure that, okay, every program is meeting its objective while you are improving inputs to the activities. And another important thing for the farmer organization is to have a farmers center where every partner can really come and invest in a small area, and you get or you grow more, because farmer centers can be also dealing with capacity building, can deal maybe with the marketing, can deal maybe with the processing. So R&A programs can really chip in, and some of the things in terms of agroecological or biodiversity can be addressed. So I was trying to make sure that, okay, these 2 things, synergies, and then farmer centers can really help for the sustainability.
Thank you. James, did you have anything? I'm just conscious that you're not in the room, and I want to make sure that you're included. Did you have anything to add?
Thank you for remembering me. I think I don't want to water down. I don't want to water down what others have said, but the element of transparency in terms of building long-lasting or working relationship or partnerships, transparency is very core. You almost also alluded to involvement of your key stakeholders at the start, the project design, so that you go through the phases of developing the project with them, including the local communities, where, for example, sometimes you may need a letter of support from local community to apply for the project, so that all these people, they have trust in each other. And you'll find when it comes to implementation, you find it easy and working. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Any questions online? Yeah, 2. We've got 2 questions online. Thanks.
Thank you. We have 2 questions from Sukun in Cambodia. First question is, communications-wise, what are the best ways to present evidence-based research findings with the government partners or representatives? And the second question is related, seems to be having problems. In the event that there is a lack of potential will, despite the evidence-based research, what will the potential solutions be? So if the government isn't listening, what other avenues are there?
Be patient.
Well, I think one of the to answer the second question first, if there isn't a will, have you got the right question? You know, are you answering? Are you trying to answer a question that they have? If they, I mean, but then, Liz, I would come to you to say, you know, you went in with one very, very simple message, but just by listening to what was going on, and Eurydice the same thing, by listening to what was going on, you got a much better understanding of what the questions were, and then got into some of those other conversations. So maybe the answer to that second question is, if there is, you know, if there isn't a will, is are you answering the right question, and are you listening to what their question actually is? Is there anything you'd want to add to that, Fiona?
Well, I think that just goes back to sort of the design of the research, as you say, because it's got, I mean, I think we will have all responded to a call when it comes to GCBC, so there are some perhaps constraints there, but you've got to do something that makes sense for the context, and so that it's sort of meaningful, you know, for the governments to be involved, for the communities to be involved. It's a big commitment, and so it needs to be useful and make sense to them. That's why you need a good understanding of what's going on and what sort of challenges they face and how the research can be useful to them. And I think in terms of communicating the research findings or the research, I think you have to use a number of mechanisms, and certainly dialogue is the best way. So you do need these face-to-face meetings, but you need a way of summarising and communicating the research effectively as well.
Thank you. We are at time, but I would like to end, if I can take the chair's privilege, with a story from my own personal experience. So I was working inside the Department of Environmental Affairs in South Africa, and we had been doing some work on understanding how they were using evidence already. So we had, there were some academic researchers, and I was working in a think tank. And we went round the department, did lots of interviews, and came back with the draft report. And I handed the draft report to my collaborator, who was a senior official in the Department of Environmental Affairs. And she said, "Louise, I can't accept this report." And I said, "Why not?" And she said, "I've been working on this issue for 8 years. It's my baby. And this report is telling me my baby is ugly." She said, I really don't like that. You know, this is my own, you know, I put my heart and soul into what we've been doing, and you're telling me my baby is ugly. I will circulate a blog that I wrote based on this, which is called How Not to Tell Government Departments Their Babies Are Ugly. But what's really important, and it comes back to what is the question? Because if you come in and you say, well, Liz, I'm sorry, you've got the question completely wrong. You know, your question ought to be this. And Liz, as a senior policy official, is going, how dare you? Or, you know, I have spent weeks, months, years working on this issue, and you're telling me that I'm wrong? Of course, they're not going to listen to you. So I will circulate. It's online. I'll send the link to the blog. But it's about your wording as well. You ought to be really careful about how you word things. So don't say this is wrong. Say, if this is what you're trying to achieve, then here's a way of thinking about it. Here's something that you could be doing. But preface it with, these are your goals. So I wouldn't come to you in your research organization and say, well, I don't think you should be doing it that way. I would say, what is it that you're trying to achieve? And how can my advice help you do it better? So it really is about thinking how you phrase your communications, and it all comes back to, are you answering the right question? And with that, I would like to thank the panelists for a fascinating discussion. James, particularly for holding on online. I know how difficult it is to do that. I really do. And to Damien, Fiona, Eurydice, and Liz. And I'd also like to give a big thank you to Elizabeth Warham, who has done so much to help put this panel and I think the rest of the day together. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for attending this final session. It's a beautiful afternoon out there, and I know it's very tempting. We've had lots of talking today, lots of really interesting information discussed, and I'm quite tempted to go and have a wander around the beautiful gardens, but I think, you know, it's important because this session this afternoon is an hour and a half. We're going to be tackling a really important and interesting topic, hopefully, all around how we can attract, you know, more private finance to fund biodiversity projects. We're going to explore how we can break out of the valley of death, which I'll come back to later, which is going to be really important if we're going to try and save some of the around a million species that are threatened with extinction. And I noticed that, you may have noticed that yesterday was the UN World Wildlife Day, and I think they must have been reading our agenda because their theme was around nature finance. So this is what we're talking about this afternoon. So the agenda, the objective of this session is to have some discussion with the aim of gaining a better understanding of how we can start to develop a pipeline of investable biodiversity projects. And we've done lots of work around this over the last year, and we've got this sort of strap line around, it's all about how we can get the money flowing. You know, we all know the issues, we've talked a lot about that, but there's a real issue there, and we need to get money flowing into these projects. Unfortunately, all these projects need money. So the structure is going to be, the first session will have about 15 minutes. I'll talk through the report that we did recently for the GCBC. Then we'll bring up the panel members. We've got 3 people here in person and 3 joining online. And they'll each introduce themselves, and then we'll have some questions and answers with the panel. And then in the final session, the final half an hour, we'll look at the way forward. So we'll try to start to talk about and identify some key practical steps for how we can really, you know, as I say, start to get the money flowing. So that's hopefully an exciting session ahead of you. Sorry, I should have said, my name's George Whalley. I'm from Stantec. We're a consultancy. We've been working with GCBC and Kew Gardens on a research study, and that's what I'm going to talk about now. So I'll give you a bit of an overview of the scope. I'll talk about the key findings where we looked into the nature-based solution, the biodiversity market, some of the findings around the data and the metrics and the technologies used, and then finalise on some of the conclusions and recommendations. Just a little bit, so Stantec, who I work for, a big consultancy. We're Canadian-based originally. We've got 30,000 staff across the world. We're involved in lots of biodiversity projects and nature-based solutions. So the study that we did for GCBC and Kew, about a year ago we started, it was a research study, and it was looking at effectively trying to find some evidence to define the biodiversity, the international biodiversity market, the private sector, you know, investment, who are the actors, and also to look at the data and the metrics involved. So the study we did, the first element was lots of desk-based research. I think as was talked about earlier in the session, well, the session before, there's there's actually thousands of documents out there. There's probably not quite as many looking at nature finance, but there's lots. So we did lots of research into the literature. There's lots of good podcasts. There's a wealth of information out there. So we looked at all that and we synthesized the findings of that. We spent a lot of time looking at, as I say, the data and the sorts of metrics that biodiversity projects use and need, and the technologies and the nature tech companies that are out there. And we summarized, you know, the state of the market. And then we also did lots of stakeholder engagement. We consulted lots of investors, nature tech companies, funders, etc. So we sent out questionnaires and we tried to engage stakeholders. And the study area is, as is the GCB study area, it's the Global South. So just coming to some of the findings of the study then. So the key sort of finding, the headline finding, is that there's a huge need. We all know the issue. You know, biodiversity is in crisis. There are estimates, there are lots of different estimates out there, but we've sort of summarized it as there's a need for around $850 billion per annum should be spent to address the biodiversity crisis. Around 50% of that is to help restore habitats. 30% is around sustainable land management, and 20% the protection of existing environments. So, we need to spend about $850 billion a year, but the issue is we're only spending around 15% of that currently. So $135 billion a year is being spent. And of that sort of exploding slice of the pie there, that's what we're currently spending. The vast majority of that is coming from the public sector. So 110 billion, or sort of 15, 16% is being spent by the public sector, and only $20 billion is being spent by the private sector. So that just indicates that the private sector is a sort of, they're covering only a very small amount of the need. And the reason that's, well, there's obviously an opportunity there, but an interesting fact is that 50% of global economic output, gross domestic product, is dependent on natural capital. So, the market, the whole economic system that we live with is dependent on nature. A lot of it is, agriculture, etc. But they're only spending a small proportion of the need. So there's clearly a big issue there. And then just a sort of an interesting anecdote, well, not an anecdote, but if you look at the size of the global capital market, I mean, it's an eye-watering figure. I mean, an estimate of $230 trillion is what the market, the global economic system, the amount of money in there. So, if they just spent 0.5% of that, that would address the whole issue. And clearly, that's an unrealistic aim at this point. But I think the point that we sort of started to uncover is that, A, the market does want to invest more. There is an appetite. There's firstly, there's lots of money. We know there's lots of money out there. And there is an appetite to invest more in biodiversity. So that leads us on to how we can get that money flowing, or get some of that money flowing. And if we do, it might help to sort of close that big gap. So in terms of who's investing, around 70% of the current private sector investment are institutional investors, so your banks, private equity firms, impact funds, etc. And around 30% are companies. So companies invest in biodiversity projects to produce products, sustainable products, and to save money. There are also venture capitalists, net worth individuals, and family offices. There are two main investment models, because that's one of the questions that often comes up. Why would the private sector invest in biodiversity? Where's the money? It's not a typical product. But there is, the biodiversity can generate revenue, or can attract market investment. So the two main models are revenue, unsurprisingly. That's what covers around 91%. So investors will invest in biodiversity projects because they can sell carbon credits, biodiversity net gain credits, ecosystem services, sustainable timber, etc. So biodiversity projects can generate revenue. And the other main element or investment model is the cost savings model. And that's where companies it's in their financial self-interest to invest in a biodiversity project because it reduces their costs. For example, a water firm will invest in, they'll plant trees because it'll reduce runoff and it'll reduce their water treatment costs. An interesting example, I think may have been touched on earlier on, insurance companies may invest in technologies we came across one that they'll use satellite technology to spot the signs of droughts early and then invest in watering plants and to avoid payouts on damaged crops and dead animals. So they're investing in, it's their costs that they're bearing, but it helps save them money. So they're the two main investment models. In terms of geography, I mean, this is rapidly changing, but Europe was the greatest source of investment, and with around 70%. North America provides around 24%, but that's starting to change. North America is generally catching up. Latin America is the biggest destination. This is just a quick slide to sort of give you an idea of the complexity that's starting to evolve, the ecosystem. There is a market developing, so lots of different elements from the supply, demand, and the regulatory side. I won't go into detail on this, but it just shows that there is a market there. So, in conclusion, in terms of we want to conclude on the market. So, as I said, the market, the private sector investment market in biodiversity projects can be described as nascent or developing. It's quite complex and chaotic. There are lots of challenges and teething issues which we haven't really got into. But as I just showed you, it's an ecosystem and it is starting to develop. And most people we speak to they're quite sort of, not depressed isn't the right word, they're quite frustrated at the moment, but they can see optimism in the future. It's been a bumpy ride recently. The carbon markets, the sort of credibility of the carbon markets has affected some confidence. Generally, the backlash against biodiversity, backlash against ESG and sustainability, particularly coming out of the US at the moment, is not helpful, clearly. But I think there is a general feeling that the direction of travel is, for more greater investment. But the big issue, and this is the big concern, is that clearly time is not on our side. This is all happening quite slowly, and we're hoping it's going to ramp up very quickly, but it needs to, because, as you know, time is not on the side of nature. And so this is why we need to start thinking about how we can really start to scale up the investment, get bigger projects, more private sector investment flowing into these projects and scaling up, because that's the only way we're going to bridge that $700 million per annum funding gap. In terms of just a quick few slides on the data, and there was quite a lot of information that's in our report, but there are lots of different, with biodiversity, it's a very complex market by definition, all the different species, the different environments. It's not like a typical commodity where you can develop quite standard metrics. But there are lots of nature tech firms. There are thousands of firms that have springing up and developing solutions and ways of measuring biodiversity impacts. There's an attempt to categorize the different nature tech companies is in front of you there. So you've got 4 different types. So market pressure, NGOs have developed software to identify impacts. MRV, or measurement, reporting and verification, that's typically used across the finance sector to verify and measure the impacts and the costs and benefits of investments. There are modelling companies and monetization. And another very, very complicated picture just demonstrates that there are lots of firms, and they say this isn't every firm in the world, but it's a snapshot effectively of the different types of companies that are out there, that private sector firms that are investing in technologies to try and quantify biodiversity. So in conclusion, as I said before, the market is nascent, it's dynamic, but it's expected to grow. There are lots of issues out there. There's a summary of some of the key issues we identified. It's a siloed market. The supply side often doesn't talk to the demand side. We've covered a lot of these issues earlier on in the sessions, local communities, stakeholders not talking together. The skills issue is a challenge, so this tends to be a double-ended issue of people working on projects often don't have the financial skills or the understanding of how the financial markets work, and vice versa. The investors don't know, or typically could know more about how biodiversity projects should work and impacts and so on. So there's a need to upskill both sides. Lack of pipeline of investable projects, and that's the Valley of Death I mentioned, that, when those projects, the Valley of Death is a term you probably may have come across with with investors when the initial investment, there's lots of money spent, but there's no revenue. And it's that sort of difficult period where you have to sort of scale up the projects, and lots of businesses fail. And a lot of these biodiversity private sector initiatives are in that sort of Valley of the Death at the moment, and they need to sort of push on, prove they can generate some revenue, generate more investment, and break out of the Valley of Death and become viable biodiversity projects. There's an undeveloped market infrastructure. It's difficult to get independent verification and have that consistency. So there's lots of different systems across the world. So in terms of moving to the final recommendations we made, so the public sector, it's all about promoting and supporting and enabling science-driven and verified independent standards, some of the stuff we've been talking about earlier this morning. creating consistency around disclosure and consistent guidance. Also, on the financial side, there'll be, I think we'll have some panelists talking about this. Although we're hoping to draw in more private investment, there's always going to be a need for blended finance or the public sector to provide that initial funding to get through the valley of the death often. So the public sector have got a big role to play. The private sector, it's difficult to know. We can't tell the private sector what to do, but we're encouraging them to collaborate more, to work more closely together to help support standardization and development of pipelines of projects, which we're going to talk about a bit later. Be more ethical, encouraging incentives for holistic projects that benefit, have multiple benefits across biodiversity, communities, carbon. Skills and upskilling, I mentioned that before, really important. And then in terms of the nature tech, we need to get that balance between simplifying and making usable metrics and technologies that are sort of cost effective for the private sector, but retain that sort of integrity and that scientific rigor. So I think I'm okay on time, just about. So that's the presentation of our study. And now I'd like to bring up the panel members. If you can come up to sit over here. So yeah, thank you. Thank you. So we've got 3 panel members here, and then we've got 3 online. Oh, there they are. Perfect. So I'd like to just introduce the panels to give a quick 5-minute presentation or introduction to themselves and talk about what their perspective on this issue around private finance and how we can get more private money into biodiversity projects. So I'll hand over to Susan Forrester first. Okay, Susan.
Thanks so much. I genuinely want to congratulate you and Stantec on a really great report. I found it super interesting, super detailed, covered a lot of ground that maybe others haven't. So just to say, it was very useful, and I hope we all have an opportunity to read it. I'm an advisor to FSDAI. FSD Africa is Financial Sector Deepening, a UK-backed investment vehicle currently based in Kenya, but they have continental responsibilities and investment activity. And then FSDAI, we're the investment vehicle, and so we're putting money into this sector. And I really think that many of the challenges have been highlighted in the introductory remarks, particularly around the fact that this is not really an asset class yet. It's not based in traditional financial market theory, shall we say. But we all know that there are a lot of individual investors and actors in the sector who would like to see improvements in how we treat nature. And FSDA is super committed to making that happen. We've backed ANCA, which is the African Natural Capital Alliance, which brings together financial players and investors and people with projects. It's become quite a important connection point for folks who are interested in this. Because there is not really a market for biodiversity instruments, I think ANCA plays an important role in bringing together interested parties. FSDAI is highly committed to natural capital investment activity, and it's very, very much aligned with the things that George just said. And I think the thing that, can be seen on the slide on the screen is that we do view investment in this sector as a progression. And so to date, we have had a lot of grant-funded activity, and there have been a lot of conservancy NGOs who have kept these projects alive, but we need to progress them to become investable. And there are a lot of folks who don't know exactly what that means, and many people in the market don't know what that means. But in terms of investability from a commercial standpoint, there's a lot to happen between a completely grant-funded conservancy project and 100% bankable activity by, shall we say, banks, commercial banks. So in the middle is kind of where we play and where we think others should as well. So a lot of our emphasis is on what kind of instruments would make transactions happen, and I think that's exactly the priority of this conversation. What is not working and what could work. So we've had a lot of exposure to commercial banks that are interested in guarantees, for example. Guarantees are something we can do, but at the same time, one doesn't want to relieve the private sector of their own responsibilities in this sector. So what scale of guarantee is required? What scale of concessional finance might be required? So I think many of the people on this call will talk about concessional finance. From an FSDAI point of view, I think we like blended finance more in the sense that we want some market participants to achieve the returns that they need. There are folks that are not interested in returns, and I think family offices was raised by George. It's a good example. And so the question becomes, how do you put together what I call a coalition of the willing to get some deals off the ground that have people with different return expectations, but a deep commitment to biodiversity, particularly in Africa, because as we all know, that's a major, it's a biosphere that we need to preserve and is not being preserved elsewhere or has very small potential. I think I heard George mention Latin America in his presentation, and I do understand that those projects are often more mature than what we have experienced in Africa, but there's no reason we can't do the same and do better and do more. So I guess the point being, if we can get some pre-qualified financial investors involved, we could all work together to find the deals in Africa that can become commercial, and we need to help them get there. And I think that's the priority that we have at FSDAI. So I don't want to use up a lot of time, and I know Alicia's going to be on the call later to talk about some of the other activities that FSDAI is doing. So I'll stop there, but happy to talk later if anyone has comments or questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Susan. That's very good. We'll come back to questions after everyone's introduced themselves. So the next panelist is James Norton from DAI. Sorry. So take it away, James.
Thanks, George. So yeah, I'm from DAI, who are a development consultancy, but we've also got a commercial arm. And what I do there is I lead our development finance and investment work, and that's basically focused on some of our more impact-oriented activities. So for instance, green, blue, sustainable bond advisory, TA to funds, and also including nature-based solutions in that TA to fund. In terms of our capital arm of the business, we've got an asset management practice, which is actively exploring NBS deals. And we've also got an investment bank. And the investment bank, again, is very active in the marketplace in this regard. In terms of kind of what I wanted to talk about, and I was furiously scribbling down notes as George and Susan were speaking, because there's many points there that I very much agreed with. I think just for anyone who's not aware, blended finance can be framed in various different ways, but a broad term is using public resources or money to catalyze private finance. And in terms of how that's useful here, George mentioned about, you know, this being a really intrinsical part of the NBS ecosystem at this point in time, and I couldn't agree more. I think this is something that, you know, at this point in time, in order to start to move this towards scaling, blended finance is very, very important for this. The development finance institutions globally have been really central to this in the past. And I think a couple of things they've done, for instance, with DFC, they've provided political risk insurance to Galapagos debt swap, which was something that was used to raise a blue bond mechanism. So that was a public issuance. And what they've done there with that political risk insurance, basically that means that the risk is shifted in terms of the issuance risk to the US. So that makes things more advantageous for investors to engage with in that they're shielded against that political loss. DFC have also used asset level guarantees. There's an Asia Climate Landscape Fund that's focused on forest protection and land regeneration. And that's something, again, that role of the DFI being engaged there has really been able to move the needle in terms of being able to get investors more interested in this. That's not to say DFI is necessarily solely engaged with guarantees. With development finance, it's increasingly moving with the DFIs towards commercial returns. And a lot of them want to get their commercial returns these days. So for instance, there's a private equity vehicle, the Ringo Fund, which has been set up with FinFund and FMO investment. That's not using any guarantees. They're there, and they're there as part of the investors who are looking for commercial returns. So they're starting to be able to say, well, okay, we can use guarantee mechanisms, but we can also look at this from a commercial perspective. I think Susan's point about, guarantees and blended finance being something that, shouldn't be used as a immediate sort of go-to. I think that's very important. And a couple of things that we've looked at are viability gap funding, where you're looking at the minimal possible level of support and really being able to pitch it just at the curb where investors think, I'm not sure about this, it's this kind of just enough, to being able to move the needle and to really conserve public resources, which are increasingly scant. I think a second thing here to acknowledge is that there are a lot of climate investments out there that are relatively well known. The business case is very well developed at this point for investors. So it's a tough hurdle initially for NBS Solutions to overcome. Established climate investments, solar hydros with PPAs already in place, that's a cash flow that's already understood. Investors know that's going to have solid returns there. I think the challenge with NBS is that the cash flows can sort of have more uncertainty towards them. George mentioned timber earlier. Timber sales tied to market have been used in equity deals before because they give that additional flexibility. I think that equity is less common in terms of NBS deals that have currently taken place. And I think that's also tied to investor interest. Investors are looking at those risk-adjusted returns and being really careful about where they place their capital, given the lack of liquidity that's in the marketplace. I think the last point I'd mention is around technical assistance. And technical assistance is broadly used in the development world for various different examples. But technical assistance in terms of funds and asset management really helps in terms of the investees being allowed to be supported continuously, as opposed to just quarterly meetings that they're having with their funders. Then, George again mentioned the valley of death, impact funds who are looking at those earlier stage vehicles. TA as part of that is a really important piece of being able to help those firms progress and develop. This is not to say that this is something that all asset managers offer. This is likely something that comes at cost to them, so they're not necessarily overly willing to pay for it. So it's something that comes generally through donors, philanthropies, or other investors who are keen to see the progression of a fund, see the value of it, see the ability for it to take things to scale. For instance, the Agri3 fund, they've got a 5 million non-repayable grant. And so that's from the Dutch government that's focused on forestry and farming. So these mechanisms, where we're able to identify and bring them in to support early stage and impact funds that are really trying to do interesting work, offer critical value, and a real part of being able to take this forward and being able to move this up to scale. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, James. Very interesting. And the next panelist is Alicia Gibson from Finance Earth.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Really nice to be here. My name's Alicia Gibson. I'm a director at Finance Earth. We're a social enterprise, and our mission is to mobilise investment into nature and particularly think about how we can get it as much as possible from the private sector. And most importantly, we want to showcase how finance can actually work to benefit nature and support communities and avoid the risk that finance comes in and sort of extracts all the value and doesn't actually deliver the benefits that are intended. So I've been fortunate to work with many organisations who are delivering nature restoration and now looking at where they can unlock finance and develop these business models that have been referred to. So I've got 3 things, which I can't read because I'm very blind, on how I think what the really key ingredients are to develop pipelines of these projects. And firstly, I say, it, unfortunately, is not a straight answer. That's why even from listening to all of this, I think it's definitely complex. So I know it probably sounds complex, but really the main thing I think is really needed is that what we've been talking about, that valley of death, is that early stage funding, where projects, when people talk about developing investable projects, what that really means is an investor just doesn't want to take on any risk. And so for an investor to come in, they expect the project developer to have secured like the land rights, all the community benefit sharing arrangements, the feasibility studies, the baselining, all of those, the scientific methodology, all of that to be put in place until they're ready to then purchase the outcomes. So that's what's really needed around that funding to go through that valley of death to get to that point. So we need more funding like that. Secondly, we need, like the likes of FSD, Africa Investors talked about, that kind of patient funding coming through at the other side initially. So we can get to blended finance, but firstly, in the early stage, we just need finance that can prove that there is a market and it's a journey to go on. So can we put investment and get buyers to purchase the outcomes in a way that supports the project and proves that other financiers can then come in afterwards? So in the early stage, that's what we need. And then thirdly, I think we need more scalable sort of success stories, because I think one of the problems is project developers don't really know other projects that have been doing this well and how to learn from them. And investors see it as high risk and don't know how to engage. And so linked to all of those three things, one thing I'm very lucky to be involved in working with Susan is this accelerator called CAPE, the Carbon Accelerator Program for the Environment. And this program is providing exactly these three things: the early stage funding to support technical assistance, provide funding directly to project developers, and the transaction support, which project developers don't have, to get in the investment. FSD Africa Investors are bringing together multiple investors to provide the different types of finance that could be needed for the projects. And then even projects that aren't involved in the journey, we're sharing a living lab to share all of the learnings to the market to help other project developers learn from the success stories. So I think it's a really good example of these three things coming together in what's needed. But there's also lots of other things which I put very small at the bottom for why it's not as easy as these three things. But that's what I'd like to say for now.
Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, it's certainly not easy, but thanks for that, Alicia. So next speaker and next panelist is Scobie Mackay from Imperative. Sorry, there we go. You ready?
Hi everyone, thanks for your time. Thanks for having me here. So I'm Scobie Mackay, I'm the CEO at Imperative. Imperative is a project developer. So we focus on ecosystem restoration projects in the global south. Terrestrial, native species, reforestation and mangrove restoration projects are our key focus. And so we are in the field in Africa, Asia and LATAM, trying to bring institutional capital into projects and have them financed. I suppose my concern with the biodiversity market is it risks fragmentation. So we spent most of the last 30 years trying to get carbon markets to work, and it's been a bumpy ride. It's sort of definitely hasn't been a linear progression, and there's still a lot of skepticism around about those markets. But fundamentally, there has been an infrastructure build out over the last 30 years, methodology building, infrastructure rollout, and then a sort of quality crisis and working through that. If we start trying to replicate that for biodiversity, we're dead. We're never going to get there in time. Honestly, like we just do not have the luxury of that time. It's not going to happen until after 2040, and it's going to be cataclysmic. So we have to be, I'm not particularly wed to market-based mechanisms. I don't care how we get there, but we have to get there somehow. And being a project developer and actually trying to raise institutional capital for these projects, I can tell you there is no revenue model for biodiversity projects at the moment. Like, we're raising hundreds of $millions for projects. No one is going to put that sort of money into a biodiversity project right now. Concessional capital, definitely, like that needs to happen. And I completely agree with these like we can really unlock momentum and quality and scale using these models. But the comfortable or uncomfortable reality we have to grapple with is investors will put money in when they can get repaid. And if you can't show a path to repayment and link to that a demand for the product that you're selling to generate revenue, you're not going to get money into the market. So the way we think about this is we've got to move away from this shiny new thing of biodiversity markets and move to how do we trade biodiversity as a spread to carbon? Because if you think about it, like if you look at the IPBES Nexus reports and everything, these are two intrinsically intertwined crises that we're dealing with. Carbon and climate and biodiversity aren't really separable crises. To separate them into different markets because we have some sort of aversion because carbon's been through this rough period, like build out. It's unfortunately, like that's what we have in front of us, and we have to sort of try to, in my view, latch onto that and ride with it and see what we can do. So if you look at, just to step back from that. So we're doing native species reforestation projects funded through the sale of carbon credits, and we're aiming to be in the top decile of quality in the market, so really to show what high quality looks like. And we're trying to approach these projects like infrastructure projects. So we're trying to really think, how do we bring the level of scale, rigor, discipline, professionalism that you would have in any other major project in a mature market and apply it to nature restoration? If you look at that, so you take, many people in the room may not be familiar with it, but there's a pricing platform out there called MSCI. It's a global commodities pricing platform. They have forward pricing curves for different carbon curves. If you look at the commercial reforestation curve, so that's basically plantation monoculture pricing, that's currently trading at about $19, $20 a tonne for the carbon units that are coming out of those projects. So that means if I go to Paraguay and I do a eucalyptus plantation project, very, very little, in fact, probably negative biodiversity impact, you can trade those tonnes of carbon for about $20. If you go and do a biodiverse project, so a native species restoration project, it's referred to as a conservation reforestation project, where you're intentionally trying to rebuild the pre-existing native forest, those units are currently trading at about $35 a tonne, just as a rough guide. So you're talking about a very large pricing signal differential based on biodiversity load. It's already there in the market. And you can trace that through multiple different segments of the carbon market. Now, it's not the panacea, it's not going to answer everything, but honestly, this mechanism of market is already there. All of the companies that are willing to pay or going to need to pay in the future for biodiversity offsetting or biodiversity credits or biodiversity impact mitigation, they all have carbon footprints as well. They all need to trade these things. So if you look at other commodities markets, the way commodities markets trade is they have a base commodity price, which is your index price, and then they have a quality spread, which trades around that index. So it's a horrible example, but just roll with me. If you look at WTI crude, for example, WTI crude is an index. There's a price on the screen that you can see, which is for today and into the future. And then you will have a spec sheet, for example, based on sulfur content, which your barrel of oil will trade at a differential or premium to that price based on the spec sheet. For us, this is how we think about biodiversity. We need a biodiversity load concept. So if you have your base outcome is a high veracity carbon claim, the claim that you're actually reducing or taking emissions out of the atmosphere. On top of that, you then layer biodiversity impact, and people in this room will have much better idea than me about how best to value or measure and value that biodiversity impact. But there's a few different models that could be applied to quantify the biodiversity impact. Then you're starting to talk the language of markets, right? And that's when people start to get interested in coming into trade. So you're not just getting cash flowing in from the end buyers, which, let's be honest, at the moment, the end buyers of biodiversity credits, a very small pool of people. You're not limited by that. All of a sudden, you've got a secondary market where people are trying to make money trading. Now, put aside your philosophical convictions about whether that's good or bad. I mean, who cares? I actually don't care. All I want is money to flow into the project. So if we can get more money into the projects by trading biodiversity as a diff to carbon, hallelujah. Let's use what's there. And so like one of the tragedies of the carbon market at the moment is REDD+, which I'm assuming most people in the room are familiar with, which is basically avoided deforestation projects, conservation projects, have fallen into disrepute because of quality concerns. What's really interesting about that asset class is that's the most biodiverse rich sub-asset class of carbon project in the world. There's nothing better than protecting standing forest. You know, you're never going to get back extinct species by going and restoring a forest. And even if they're not extinct, you know, there's figures around, I'm sure people in the room are more familiar with than me, that something like 40% more symbiotic relationships between primary forests and restored ecosystems of the same type. So you can't restore biodiversity in the same way that you can preserve it. That asset class is completely undervalued and there's been a massive movement of capital away from it. If we rethink about pricing in biodiversity load on top of carbon outcomes, we can use that scaffolding and that superstructure and get money into this sector quickly. Vera, which is one of the standards bodies, it's got a lot of detractors, but at the end of the day, it's an NGO. They're well-intentioned people. They have reissued a new standard for REDD+. It's called VM0048, which by most objective accounts does a lot to address some of the quality issues that previously plagued the REDD+ market. My view is coupling 48 with measurable biodiversity outcomes is one way that you could really unlock serious capital flowing into these projects. So I've probably taken up more than my fair share of time, but that's where I think we need to go.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much, Scobie. And the next panelist is Drea Burbank from Savimbo, who's, you okay there?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah,
thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay, hi, my name is Drea. I'm the CEO of Savimbo. Savimbo is a social enterprise that was designed to disintermediate climate markets on behalf of local communities and Indigenous peoples. We always say that we have the tagline, how to save a planet. So not you didn't, why didn't you, but specific step-by-step instructions on how to save a planet. I'm going to do a little bit of an improv and say yes and. So yes, we think that biodiversity should be a commodity like carbon and trade on commodities markets, and I'll explain why. But we also don't want to deal with the current carbon market. There's too many intermediaries. We want to disintermediate a lot of the finances for standing forests, and Indigenous peoples en masse have decided that biodiversity credits are a better way to do that because they have technical capacity in biodiversity that other societies don't have. So when it comes to measuring an invisible atom like carbon, they're always going to be at the mercy of a satellite monitoring company in the UK or a PhD forest scientist in the US. But when it comes to measuring biodiversity, they can knock it out of the ballpark all day long, and they will. So we have the first certified biodiversity methodology, and we're about to release the first certified commodity to the international trading exchanges. This presentation and what I want to talk about is not so much about that. I want to talk about their parameters. So how we ended up with that. So when we started the company, the first operating parameter that we were given by Indigenous peoples, they wanted a for-profit business. They said the Save the Amazon business model had failed to deliver any meaningful results in the Amazon. So they wanted to try a for-profit business that could compete with the only industries in the jungle: mining, logging, narco trafficking, petroleum, and cattle. And they wanted it to be a green economy. And most importantly, they wanted it to be no strings attached. The last one was the hardest, I'll be honest. As you guys can see, I'm not Indigenous. I'm a cultural negotiator. I would argue that my main job is just translating economic principles and paradigms. One of the things that is critical to understanding Indigenous economics is that Indigenous people have the international right to ongoing consent. So your 40-year carbon contracts, your 100-year carbon contracts are basically smoke. Anytime they want, they can cancel that contract. And so one of the first things that we did is we went to the market with a proposal for ex post credits. Pay us for what we already did last year. Don't try and pay us for the next 20 years. projections into a complex, now chaotic system. Indigenous people generally don't think that's worth a lot, as neither do chaotic or complexity scientists. My background is public health from Stanford, and we kind of generally think that's scientific. I'm trying to think of the nice word for it, but I can't. So moving on. The last principle and paradigm that it comes to working with Indigenous peoples is mango versus tree. So we tell Indigenous peoples all day long, never sell your assets. Never sell your rights to your permanent rights to your data. Never sell rights to your carbon credits. Never sell rights to your biodiversity credits, and definitely never sell your land. So mango versus tree. We tell them you can always sell the byproducts of a healthy climate, of a healthy natural capital. So the mango that falls off the tree, fair trade, good to go. If you have a bad mango sale, you can always come back the next year and renegotiate. But if you're selling your trees, then you're hooped. That's economic colonialism. And when you put it down into those terms, everybody across the world, across the developing world where we work and across the equator understands it. The big problem with carbon is that in general, across the world, carbon is selling rights to trees. So it's selling rights to logging, which comes into historical land injustices and all kinds of titling problems. Across the world, most Indigenous people have lost mineral rights, and they've lost logging rights in many cases, but they've retained hunting rights. So if you have the rights to hunt, you have the right to not hunt, and that's a biodiversity credit. I deal with people all day long who are private landowners who own large tracts of land that they got in backroom petroleum deals in the developing world, and they're selling the carbon credits on that land. There's nothing Indigenous people who live in that forest can do to stop them. But when it comes to hunting rights, they have a lot more negotiating power, and it's a lot easier to do a direct exchange. So by our estimate, we can produce a biodiversity credit and protect the same hectarage of primary forest for 70% less than it costs to do carbon. So biodiversity credits to protect primary forests cost about $30 per hectare per year. Carbon costs about $100. And the difference is the intermediaries to quantify an intangible element. Now, we run biodiversity and carbon projects simultaneously, and we are in support of carbon. We actually do run carbon projects, but we believe these are orthogonal data sets. In other words, biodiversity data set is different than your carbon data set. And so when you have both of them on a project, you strongly increase the chance that that ecosystem is intact and producing, and you're not hurting things. So if you add biodiversity to a non-native eucalyptus plantation in Brazil, you radically expose the project for not being ecologically friendly. Also, biodiversity data sets are conducted below canopy. They can't be done with satellite monitoring. We have several instances where we've done biodiversity projects and there are empty forests. In other words, the forest holds a lot of carbon. It looks great from satellite and it's super dense, but it doesn't have any animals in it because it's been overhunted or otherwise predated. And so therefore, we think that these are separate, independent, but orthogonal data sets. And we strongly encourage carbon projects to use our interoperable biodiversity unit, which can be used for restoration, avoided loss, impact metrics and disclosures, and conservation. Happy to answer questions. These were tough concepts for me. Just for the record, Savimbo has an independent panel of 99 Indigenous leaders in 25 and 55 Indigenous nations that informs all of our economics, policy, law, legal contracts. Some of them are for carbon, some of them are against it, biodiversity, but they're a lot of fun to hang out with. And I'll be honest, they have some really great ideas about how to fix some of the economics. That's it.
Thanks very much, Drea. And the last panelist is Julia Martin Ortega. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, George. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very sorry I cannot be there. So yeah, I'm Julia Martin Ortega. I'm professor of ecological economics at the University of Leeds in the UK, and I'm one of the expert advisory members of the GCBC. So I'm gonna bring the critical view here. Okay, I want to talk about the risk. What are the risks associated with all this commodifying of nature? And I want to be clear. You know what we're talking about here. If we do what if we do a fundamental change in the way we finance nature recovery, we're also doing a fundamental change in the way we relate to nature. So if you think about the figures that George was putting earlier, at the moment they established that we have like a 15% of the investment in nature restoration comes from private corporate. And if we're going to go anywhere near filling that investment gap that George was mentioning, this means that we're going to have to do much more. Okay, so we're doing a lot. And what we will be doing is keep expanding the frontier of the elements of the natural environment that we're commodifying, right? So we have had some of them that we have commodified for millennia, food, energy, all that. But now we're talking about carbon and we're talking about biodiversity. And I think we're not talking enough about what does bring in terms of our relationship with nature. The moment that we're bringing all these private corporates to trade these elements of the natural environment. We know from other sectors that when we do that, there is risks. Now, I'm not saying that those risks are for sure going to materialize, but they can materialize. We know that there are risks in relation to widening inequalities. We know there is risk in terms of changing property rights and access, but also, quite importantly, there's risk of shifting the motivation for conservation from our moral collective duty to a logic of conservation for profit. And there's been several of the speakers talking about revenues, bringing money back to the investors. And also there is an element of, marginalizing non-utilitarian relationship with natures. And I think this is very important in this context of the global south. This idea that nature is there to serve us is a quite particular view of the world, which is different to other views of the world by which, we're family with nature, for example. Now, we have done a document analysis of the UK strategy for green finance, and you have, I put in the presentation, there is a piece on the conversation, and you have the QR code, in which we were looking to identify if this risk of commodification of nature, changing our relationship to nature, were being paid attention to. And we found that in the UK green finance strategy, when you look at risk, it's predominantly the risk for the investors and the risk for the market, but there is hardly ever a mention about what is the risk of doing all of this for our relationship with nature. And I don't think it's because the risks are unknown, but the framing that we're doing is predominantly commercial. And I think this is visible from the conversation today. We're thinking about how to bring more money, how to create revenue, but we're not thinking about what are the consequences. I mean, I'm sure you are, and I'm sure particularly Drea, your group are thinking about this very much. But what I find is that we're not having a deep enough collective reflection about this. I think we need to think of as a society, is this what we want? And if this is what we want, how do we mitigate, how we identify and mitigate this risk? And I personally find that I've been in many similar meetings to this one. I think there is an imbalance between the amount of conversation we have about how we secure more funding, how we make it work operationally and from a market perspective, and we spend very little time thinking about what if this goes wrong from the perspective of fundamentally changing the way we relate to nature and these kind of risks like the ones I've put in the slides, for example. So I'll be very keen to deepen this conversation along those lines. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I couldn't be there.
No, thank you, Julia. So we've slightly overrun in terms of, but that's fine. We've got around sort of 10 minutes or so for questions. Great. I'll do that. Yeah, straight over to you. There's a question over there.
Thank you. Has any one of you guys come across the system of environmental economic accounts? And if you see a role of those accounts or accounting systems within trying to bring more financing to nature? And also, I can see that there's a lot of industries that can see the value of protecting nature for their own revenue. For example, hydroelectric power plants, anything that has to do with water management. For example, timber, anything that depends on timber extraction. And so the appetite for me would be clear in those industries. And so those are that's more a comment than a question, but these are the accounting systems, that would be very interesting to see your point of view there.
Thank you. Does anyone want to? Yeah.
So I think environmental economics and the natural capital accounts is one of the first starts of the thinking around some of this, is that although we really should just value nature for its intrinsic value, people aren't. And so can we put a price on nature and make people value it in a similar way to how they value financial assets to then support people to protect it? I know it's not the most, and I do think it is working to some extent. So in the Caribbean islands, they literally look at their natural capital accounts, and the environment team have to use that as a tool to say, this is why our nature, our whole economy is reliant on our nature, basically the tourism value, number of tourists times amount they spend, is the value of our oceans, and that's then an incentive to persuade decision makers to protect them. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you can then sell those benefits. So there is a bit of a balance. I think it's really important to use it because that persuades decision makers to then, when people pay entrance fees to enter islands, they can ring fence some of that and put that into the environment. That's still a kind of financing approach. But it doesn't mean that your biodiversity value, anyone's going to be willing to pay for it. So it's the starting point of these are your values. But then you need to think about who's actually willing to pay for those benefits. And then on your point around the main industries to start with is where there's a product and supporting sustainability. I think that is a really key area where there is increasing traction beyond just these slightly challenging, which we've seen different perspectives, carbon and biodiversity markets, where we've got companies who are already valuing the product and services being delivered, but it's not being done in a sustainable way, increasing traction to pay premiums to deliver sustainability improvements collectively. So we've designed like fishery improvement projects to support sustainable fisheries and helping companies come together to pay premiums for every ton of the fish they purchase from a sustainable fishery. So that's quite a good model where you can see a lot more credibility in the mechanism being designed and a lot more money flowing more easily, and then using metrics to measure the value uplift. It's quite quick to describe that. I'll move on to someone else.
No, that's... Oh, Drea, would you like to respond to that? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to tackle that because that was our biggest problem when we first started, and our team went after it first thing, was the unit. Our analysis of the biodiversity market is the biggest thing holding it back was the failure to develop an interoperable unit. And so we went for that first. If you cannot measure accurately credits and debits to an ecosystem in the same accounting spreadsheet, then you cannot have a market. And so we developed something called the interoperable biodiversity unit. We're currently working on the impact assessment end of it, but it looks like it syncs nicely with just impact. So from TNFD impact accounting, and we know it works for crediting and any number of positive actions. One element of the unit, because it was actually a really tough negotiation on the concept of commodifying nature. We had to get the indigenous guys to buy on to this idea of like, what's a unit that can be traded? They don't like it offsetting. So the unit can be used for offsetting. They don't like it because they say that it violates rights of nature. And in most indigenous land, you don't want incursions, like you don't want mining or roads to be going into the land and therefore offsetting it. So in our case, we don't issue an offsettable unit. But other cases, like in the industrialized world, the unit can be used for offsetting. And we think this is the critical scientific and economics element that needed to be solved in order for this to get off the ground.
Thank you. There's a few more questions. One there first.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Jeff Hall, and I'm from the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute in Panama, and we have a restoration project with you, forest restoration. Great panel. I have scribbled notes for all of you, and I'll try to find you later. When you have the value of death, it reminds me of venture capital when people are trying to start up new businesses, and they arise and fail all the time, and they more fail than survive. But there seems to be a lot at stake for biodiversity markets and carbon markets because a failure hits the front pages of newspapers and it kind of impacts the whole market. But that's not what my question is going to be. I want to say that I appreciated Julia talking about the risks and basically to the smallholders, indigenous peoples, and that has to do with the idea of scale. And so I'm curious about what's the minimum scale in terms of land area or financial investment to pull one of these projects off? And they seem to often then favor large landholders, which may actually buy up land from smallholders. I mean, how do you manage the risk to smallholders with this idea of the scale that you need for an investment in terms of land area or financial investment to pull off a project? And what's the minimum scale that you can see and the minimum time period do you see getting across the valley of death? Thank you. You have 30 minutes to answer this question.
Thank you. You sort of preempted the next session, which we're going to talk about how you aggregate lots of little projects and some of those practical steps. But yeah, does anyone want to directly answer that?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what we think, and that is, again, when we say these projects, I'm really talking about biodiversity-rich projects that are funded through the carbon market. But I mean, for me, that's the outcome is what's important. So we see the real economies of scale happening for terrestrial reforestation, I'm talking about pure play native species reforestation project, no timber, there's no other revenue streams, it's just carbon. And so it's a pure play reforestation project. The economies of scale start to look interesting at 50,000 hectares. It's big bits of land. And if you want to get really like into a space where you can produce units, high quality units, so we're overspending versus what's traditionally been done in the market, building real teams on the ground with infrastructure grade, like 20 years experience in building out major projects, like a fully fledged team, a science team, technology team, a project delivery team, et cetera, on the ground. Yeah, that's, you need to get up in the vicinity of sort of 50,000 hectares. You can make it work below that. So we sanctioned a project last year in South Africa. It's a phase 1, it's a 10,000 hectare native species reforestation project. We have 3 institutional investors in that, and we got the economics to work, but it doesn't start to get really interesting for everyone until you start to get bigger than that. For mangrove restoration, it's a bit smaller, I think like 5,000 hectares, but this is a real challenge. So at the moment, we're working to get to final investment decision on a smallholder silver fishery mangrove restoration project in India. So these are like 2 to 3 hectare plots of land, and the model is really different. I think someone mentioned earlier risk assumption. So what the market needs to get their head around is who is assuming the risk around that, because you can design a program to involve we're sort of our own worst enemies in this market a bit. I mean, the level of the moral scrutiny that we put ourselves under in developing these projects is extremely high. So we're very much aware of the risks of, displacing people. I mean, if you go and try and sell a carbon credit in the market where you've displaced someone, like a smallholder from the land, you're never going to move that credit, not unless you're selling it to a big oil. But if you're selling it to a legitimate buyer, like those credits are not going to sell. So actually, that's not the risk. The risk that really keeps us up at night is operationally, how do you manage that? Because you've got thousands of people potentially involved in the project, and it's partially a operational exercise of like logistically, how do you maintain quality, how do you maintain, but then it's also just a relationship management exercise. How do you sensibly, and this is for us the really interesting intersection of taking the major projects, thinking know-how from other mature markets, and importing it into a sector which is inherently about community, smallholder, Indigenous peoples. That intersection, that synapse of those 2 paradigms is where the really difficult thing comes in. And my view is that that's where concessional capital is really important, because there are risks in there, and not the sort of risks about our relationship with nature, which unfortunately is just much harder to quantify. And I don't necessarily disagree that they're there, but I personally can't do anything about it. But the risks that we're talking about of trying to actually get these projects operationalised, someone needs to take on that risk, and the private sector at the moment is not well placed to do that. These are not easy conversations to have with investment committees of listed financial institutions. So you need people to take and we start to think about modelling it it's almost like a subscription portfolio. So we've got to design a product that keeps the local farmer or the local landowner, smallholder, interested and engaged enough to remain in the pool. And then you've got to think about how do you manage churn, and it's not easy. But yeah, we do have to get these projects large. Otherwise, to be honest, guys, we're not going to. One thing is just making them bankable. The other thing is impact. Like if we're sitting here in 20 years and talking about 1,000 hectare projects, we're not going to have the impact that we need to solve the problem in front of us. So we have to solve this scale issue.
And just to add on to that point, in terms of the financial resources available. Realistically, in terms of size, you do need, from an asset management perspective, to get this as large as possible. A 50 million single country fund, realistically, we barely break even. 100 million, 200 million, it starts to get interesting. And I think the point about concessional capital that Scobie mentioned there, that's often something that we're looking for as the anchor investor, being able to come in there because, you know, quite frankly, institutional investors are risk adverse and they are kind of looking at something, if it's a fund being set up, nature-based solutions, some, I would say, challenging geographies for them. They're looking, who's the anchor investor here from a DFI? Are they comfortable with this? Are they going to take the risk? Are they going to be at the bottom of the capital stack? Then you can start that conversation. So I think that's the really key piece. That's where concessional capital can really play a really interesting role in terms of being able to leverage and amplify the financial resources available.
I do think, someone online, I just think we need to make sure that people don't get put off by saying it's either 50,000 hectares or don't even bother. I still think we're trying to shift from sole reliance on grant capital to do your work to actually how can you generate a sustainable income stream that can support your project to then let's get this massive finance. So I do think it's steps by that. And so the UK, I know most people are international, but they've recognised these markets work at massive scale. So they've developed the Woodland Carbon Code in the UK and the biodiversity net gain compliance system. And the minimum scale for that actually works is 5 to 10 hectares because there's not really high registration and intermediary costs. And the biodiversity net gain market enables mitigation and biodiversity funding to come in for any development impact. So again, 10 to 20 hectares. So there are examples of not 50,000 that's proving that restoration can work and be financially sustainable and support long-term maintenance costs over 50 to 100 years rather than just funding the upfront costs and then nothing being left at a small scale. So I just wanted to make sure that people didn't just give...
No, you're totally right, Alicia. Yeah. If I could just jump in for 1 second, I know I'm not on...
So yeah, Susan, go on, have a quick response.
But literally, I think projects need to have a takeoff point. And that's why we're doing diversified funding sources, and it can be grant all the way through to commercial. And that was part of the point of the slide that I presented, which is that it can be a project which has a certain degree of scalability. And I agree with Alicia, it can be very small, but it can also have diverse revenue sources. So we're looking at projects that have they have carbon revenue streams, they have agroforestry streams, they have earning from services potential. And I think we need to look at biodiversity projects specifically because they don't have a marketable asset class, which we all call carbon credits. We need to consider the way in which the biodiversity projects are able to do quite a number of different things over time. And the time is probably important. Scale is important, but I think you have to start with potential before you say, oh, 10, 50, 1,000, whatever hectares. We've looked at all kinds of projects internally. Some have been really small, and I think as a result, the accrediting agencies don't fancy them. So I do agree that small projects are at risk. But where you have community engagement, you have a respected developer, and it's like at a first stage in terms of scale. I think someone mentioned 50,000 hectares. I don't think it has to be that big. I think that Andrea's number is maybe a little, or Alicia's number is a little small, but we need to look at each one individually at the end of the day in terms of what they're going to do for their community and what they're going to do for the environment, and then who wants to be an off-taker. And I think that's actually a much better analysis. It doesn't matter size, it matters who cares about it.
Okay, thanks
yes,
for that.
in that sense,
I just want to add some hard numbers from our method.
Sorry.
Can we just say there's going to be lots of potential responses, and we've got to go to a couple more questions. I think we're going to have one more question over here, and then one. Okay, yeah, well, I've got one from the online, and then yourself. And we're slightly out of order now, but I think it's all fine. It's good that there's lots of energy and lots of questions.
This one will be a quick one. It's from Susan, and it's the SCOBY. I agree with what SCOBY is saying. Why would a company buy native species forest versus a monoculture forest? Will they not just buy whatever is the cheapest?
Yeah, so it's a good question, and the truth is, I mean, let's keep in mind, in the voluntary carbon market, which again, I know we're talking about biodiversity, but just that's where the revenue is coming from at the moment, it's a narrative-based market. This is a voluntary market, so companies are going out and buying stuff and then putting it on their sustainability reports to demonstrate climate action over and above what their regulatory obligations are. So, and you know, if you look at the Verra methodology requirements now, they've relented a little bit, but monoculture, there are limits on what you can do in terms of monoculture. So these companies, there's a spectrum, right? There's definitely companies that are buying cheaper stuff and less sensitive, but certainly the companies that we're targeting by doing high quality projects are sensitive to the biodiversity load, and they're not out there buying monoculture credits. So yeah, I mean, we work with investors that have a buyer integrity policy, so they'll only sell or allow us to sell to particular types of buyers. There are definitely buyers out there that will buy cheap monoculture stuff, but there are buyers out there absolutely that are paying premiums for native species reforestation projects with high biodiversity loads. The big tech companies, honestly, are leading the way at the moment on that. Microsoft, in particular, is out there paying a premium in the market for well over what they could be buying monoculture credits. The numbers I gave before, they're paying almost double probably what they could be getting those credits for if they were willing to buy monoculture credits.
Thanks.
And I think folks should inform themselves. They should go on the Verra or other websites that show who's buying what at what prices. Prices aren't always publicized, but I totally agree with Scobie that the integrity issue after some of the scandals that were revealed in the last couple of years has completely changed the market. And so we need, in a biodiversity context, to realize that if we don't generate really sound, environmentally responsible projects, we're going to go down the same road. We're going to be pilloried in the press for doing things. That monoculture conversation literally should just never happen. I've spoken to some folks who are doing projects in Latin America, and they're like, oh no, it's completely clear land and we're just going to plant whatever we want. And I'm like, maybe that's not going to be the winning solution for what it is that you think you want to achieve. But if it's possible, if people will buy those credits, then that's a problem for the market. I think we all need to be thinking about what does it mean to have a high integrity credit and project context, and therefore we can tell our buyers and our investors what it is that's going to differentiate us and help us generate better income, but also more beneficial outcomes, I think, is the combination we're looking for.
Great, thank you for that. And one last question, and then we've got another couple of slides that we're going to talk about. But yeah,
no worries. Thanks for squeezing me in. I'll be quick.
That's fine. Yes.
James Pilkington, Sustainable Finance Lead at the Zoological Society of London. Just moving further on this theme, we've talked about taking advantage of the biodiversity premium on carbon credits to incentivize conservation and restoration. As we heard, this is kind of a narrative-driven premium at the moment, but do the panelists have any idea about how we can quantify the relative biodiversity value of different carbon credits? Do they have ideas? Have they seen people working on this? Because for me, this is kind of quite a big gap, and that's kind of the next step to making this real.
Drea, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, so there is a significant resistance. So don't get me wrong, I completely agree that right now the biodiversity market is an Etsy market. We've got a farmer's market, everybody's out there with their cutest handmade biodiversity project and they want to get paid for it. That's not a market, and carbon does have a market. The problem is the carbon market is highly distasteful to pretty much any Afro-descendant, indigenous, or local community out there. So you're going to get your large private landowners, they're super happy with FARA. Everybody else is super mad. The biodiversity market does not want the carbon market swooping in with all of the baggage that it's had for the last 20 years and coming into biodiversity. Biodiversity is different metrics, different methods, different quantification. You cannot just add biodiversity photographs onto a carbon project and say it's equitable. Now, FARA and Plan Vivo are two good carbon certifiers who are scientifically recognized, who both have biodiversity programs, neither one of which issues a commodity. They're issuing certificates. So anybody that's got a carbon project with them and tags biodiversity on is not going to be selling a separate biodiversity credit. Most experts recommend stacking. So having your carbon metrics on one layer and your biodiversity metrics on the other. And I can say, as somebody who runs both types of projects, that is highly desirable because you can have an empty forest. We've proven it. We've got strong data to suggest really great carbon metrics and really empty biodiversity metrics. And anybody that's saying they're equivalent doesn't know the science. Biodiversity projects, carbon projects take about 3 years to approve. They cost about $80,000. Biodiversity projects for us cost $10,000 to implement, 2 days of training for an indigenous group, and they're issuing credits in 6 months. It's a lot easier to start with biodiversity and then add carbon than go in the reverse.
Great. Okay, thanks for that. Well, we did have a sort of final couple of slides to talk about, and we've slightly overrun, but I think I'll go through these slides, and then maybe we can have a couple more questions, and then that'll be time at that point. So we had a workshop in preparation for this symposium back in about a month ago, on the 5th of Feb, and we talked about, we sort of had a panel, or most of the people on the panel were there. With about 50 people turn up, and we were really trying to sort of think about what can we do to get this, the practical actions to develop these pipeline of investable projects. And this is I'll just quickly run through some of the key findings from that, and then some of those things we probably covered a bit in the panel discussion. But the first point was around linking it to carbon markets. We've had a lot of discussion about that. Reforestation again was seen as the best route to attracting private investment. And then we started to think about the sort of 3 main areas of action. So yeah, I'm struggling to see that now. Technical assistance was the first area, and we've touched on that. So, bridging that gap, it's really important, and this is a role for the GCBC and other partners to provide that early financing for feasibility studies, due diligence, providing the sort of legal and contract structuring, the sort of frameworks. Yeah, these are all sort of tools that can help attract investment in. The second element is around partnerships and collaboration. There's going to be a key role for GCBC and other partners to bring partners together, to bring those collaborative networks together, engaging asset managers. It's interesting the points that James made. I mean, that point around 50 to 100 million, we've talked a lot about scale. There's a need to aggregate lots of these smaller projects, and is that a role for someone like GCBC or an equivalent organisation? And then the third element was around supporting innovation and providing information. So living labs, I think we've mentioned that. Some of the earlier sessions this morning, we're talking about living labs to sort of allow that test bed for developers to come in and prove what can work before taking it to the market. Transaction support, project design documents to help speed up development of this pipeline of projects. And then technologies, which we talked a little bit about at the beginning. There's lots of platforms out there, but some sort of capital introduction service, as you have in Silicon Valley, with some sort of platform to bring all these great projects and project developers together and introduce them to people who have money. And so some sort of platform that allows that would possibly help. And these are just some of the ideas that we came up with through the workshop. So in the last 10 minutes, or last 5 minutes, I suppose, we cover, are there any questions around that anyone wants to raise around, what are the sort of practical steps that you think that we should be putting in place to try and, attract investors and develop those pipelines of projects. Are there any? Yes. Sorry, microphone's coming down now.
You're not going to like what I say because I'm going to ignore your starting point there because
that's all right.
I think you're asking perhaps the wrong question. I mean, I kind of liked the session. It was really interesting. I was relieved there was a part about risks at the end because I was just thinking, wow, are we really going to discuss this about talking about the risks? But I wish the beginning of the session had started kind of talking about, okay, maybe there is a 1,850 billion funding gap for conservation, but what's the best way of actually addressing that? So if you look back over the last 40 years, conservation has been incredibly effective in many places around the world. None of it relied on the commodification of nature, none of it. So why do we actually jump into the solution thinking market-based market-based approaches such as this are the answer, rather than thinking maybe there's another way, maybe there's fiscal approaches. If you put a small tax on global shipping, you could leverage a huge amount of money and invest it in the right ways without all of this and all the concerns that we've talked about. We haven't even, no one's even mentioned additionality, which is an incredible risk, and it drives the perverse outcomes of people who are invested in restoration rather than actually following the mitigation hierarchy. So I just think that we've jumped to a end point here without actually going through the steps. And I wanted to say that. It's not a question, it's a comment. Sorry.
Just
Can I come in, please?
Try to respond to that. I mean, I think...
Can I come in? Can I come in? Because, Kobe, we talked about the risk earlier and about the issue of scale. Can I
so Julia, you showed you, Julia, you respond to that.
Yes, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate your comment because this is my sentiment as well. Like we need, it's become assume as self-evidently true that we need these markets, okay? And why has it become self-evidently true? There are possibly other ways. And in the previous conversation, we were talking about, there was a question which was linked to the risk about what is the scale, the size. And there was this whole conversation about big projects, the smaller projects. But for me, there's a more fundamental element to that. Is this, what type of investment is this? Is that an investment which is looking for revenue, or is an investment which is looking for the saving the cost, as George was saying in the beginning, or is simply for corporate social responsibility, to look good? So for me, the size of the project does matter, but it depends of what is the rationale that is being put in there. And if it's somebody trying to take a return from investment, that is going to fundamentally change the way that project is going to go. So I just want to, echo that latest comment that was made in the room and link it to the previous question about the scale. Thank you.
And if I could just add, I mean, my sense is the problem is big enough that we're going to need all of those levers. So I certainly don't believe that carbon markets are the only way that we're going to solve this problem. If we can tax activities, and at the end of the day, all of us in the room are rich Western consumers that are using petrochemicals and petrochemical products, and all like our carbon footprints and biodiversity impact footprints are massive, right? So yeah, if we're happy to get taxed and just redistribute that cash, hallelujah. Again, but my sense, like we're in the field trying to raise money for these projects. If we can get paid through tax revenue to get the projects done, fantastic. But you need, at the end of the day, someone has to actually go and do these projects. And so, I don't think, certainly we're trying to raise money for projects in the Peruvian Amazon. We're trying to raise projects for money in the Yucatan. We're trying to raise money for projects in India, in South Africa. If we could get funded through other means, we absolutely would. And I think there are still conservation efforts happening through public funding, and et cetera. I just think we should, I'm not sure about the idea of closing one door because we think it's not the right philosophical approach. Like, we just got to get this done. So we've got to open all the doors and see what we can get done together.
Yeah, and I think just to add on to that, I agree. I would love to see fiscal measures. I would love to see the UK, increasing the tax for biodiversity. I think the challenge there is that, there's a lot of fiscal stress in many countries around the world, and particularly the debt distress that we're seeing in many developing countries. And I think that's a challenge in terms of, those initiatives and advocacy around that hasn't been as utilised as much as sort of some of the market approaches that have been put forward. So I think it's definitely something that has a lot of value, and I think, it's something that would definitely really help in terms of providing extra resources. I would say the market side of things is probably further along in terms of actual activating and trying to generate revenue, cash at this time in order to safeguard some of the biodiversity spheres that we're working in. However, I completely agree. I think, you know, fiscal activity towards this would again help. And I think as Scobie was saying, it's, you know, putting every piece of what we can put together to solve this puzzle and being able to try and, you know, leverage as much capital as we can from as many different ways, I think can only help.
Great.
Yeah, the World Bank has an amazing analysis in 2015 called At Loggerheads, where they looked at tropical forests around the world, about 1 billion people and their economics and how they behave. And they concluded that to get the better bang for your buck, if you can pay the locals to do the work, not only does it reduce the cost, but it also pays them to do something other than destroying the forest. So I think that we need to definitely be looking at optimization strategies, how to get locals to work less expensively with less intermediaries and more engaged. But that doesn't mean that we're not really opposed to whatever side of the market. Like, we'll take in funds from charity, investment, sales, you name it.
Great. And we're coming very close to time now, so I think that's probably a good point to sort of draw it to a close. And I think that sort of last question and little debate sort of highlights the issue. I mean, I probably should have said at the beginning, you know, this whole workshop was focused on how to get more private investment in, but we're not denying that there's a debate about the ethics of that. I think I would just say that pie chart I showed with £700 million of unfunded need, you know, the question would be, well, how, as James was saying, how are we going to fund that? I mean, a tax would be great, but there's an urgent need to try and pay for that stuff, and there's going to be lots of different ways of doing that. But this whole discussion has been around ways of getting private investment in, and it's pretty clear from all the debates we've had that there's different perspectives. We're at that early stage. There's lots of work to do, and an hour and a half certainly isn't enough to sort of solve all that. And I think all I'll say is, Elizabeth, can we have a date next year? Because I think we could talk about this easily for the whole day. So we've had a really good discussion. I found it very interesting. Thank you very much to all the panelists, to Fiona, James, Alicia, Drea, Scobie, and Julia. And I hope I pronounced everyone's name right there. It's been really, really, and thank you to the audience. There's some good questions. Catch us afterwards if you want to ask us some further questions. But it's been, yeah, been very useful. And we'll call it an end there. And yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed. So we opened with, you know, kind of an overview of GCBC and the different players, you could say, that are involved in aspects of the management. Then we went on to have panel sessions. Unfortunately, I kind of came in and out, but I can tell you there's an awful lot of interest on the, oh no, brain's gone dead, virtual. So people, even in this building, who aren't in the room, are actually engaged on it virtually, with lots of good comments coming back. So I hope you've enjoyed the day and also have been able to do a lot of networking. So first, to thank the panel chairs, that's Tim, Louise, George, and all the panelists. Thank you all very much for your contributions as well. And last on this side, but definitely not least, thank you all for, you know, coming and contributing to the sessions, because it does make more of a lively atmosphere, etc. And also it feeds back to us when we're thinking about what next. What are the things that really interest you? What drives you? How do we capture that information that can feed in to the next themes? And I'm looking at Dan over there, because I know that he's been taking notes, etc., for, you know, what comes next. And it partly is in your hands. You know, what are the things you really do think are critical for dealing with this nexus between biodiversity, climate, and livelihoods? On that note, if you go out of the room to your left, you will find some refreshments. And look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you.